Had to put them facts out there about them dinosaur feathers. Can't be having no human skull with a jawbone prancing around America, converting thousands of people over 50 years and let them get away with it. And fakes from China because it's good money. America pays good money for fake shit to put in their museums.
I didn't even catch it though. What you were saying about them dinosaurs' feathers? What in the?
Yeah, I posted links of them having frauds with the dinosaur feathers, you know, because they're trying to do the whole evolution thing and they need stuff that ain't there. Because in reality, the coelacanth didn't evolve over millions of years, so they had to make shit up. And they fake shit all the time. I know because I was following too closely. Dude, it wasn't even like 6 years ago. I believed in evolution and didn't question it. I believed all that space stuff except for like the moon landing. And I think it was like the last straw when I watched Felix.
Might have to do this again, man. Dude, my bad, dog. I was trying to give you mod rights.
So Kenthoven started out as one of the people questioning evolution, and I got a hold of his videos, and after watching it, like he single-handedly like made me think differently. It's not that I believed everything he said. I went and checked out everything he said, just like I did Ancient Aliens. And I found a lot of lies in there. And I found a lot of lies and other stuff that I looked up about space and aliens and stuff like that. But the real science is the science that you can test. Like the quantum eraser can be replicated. Anybody, well, with the know-how, following the scientific method, can replicate it and then test it. And then this goes against, you know, Einstein and his theories of relativity. And Einstein was against quantum physics because quantum physics is the real science. And then the relativity, in my opinion, is the theoretical science that can't really, you know, be fully verified and understood. When we can understand that quantum physics, and everybody says it's crazy, it's wacky, it's just like them, they used to say, well, it's not rocket science. Well, rocket science isn't really that fucking hard. It's not. And neither is quantum physics. But they say it's wacky and crazy and loony because it goes against Einstein's relativity.
Okay. And your point, because Einstein's relativity was proven in the atomic bomb, for example. You know, and
I don't think that proved his theory.
well, they used that theory to develop the atom bomb. You know, nuclear devices were based on that theory and a couple of others, but principally that theory. So what are you getting at? If it could be tested, yeah, it's been tested. I mean, there's still nuclear tests, there's still nuclear reactors, and it's all based on theory of relativity. So it's been accepted, and because it can be tested and obviously used in different applications. So I don't see someone, if they argued something, apparently they never heard of the atomic bomb. Like I said, it comes back to the you and all of these other people saying, well, such and such and such has just proved it. Okay, what is better? Give us something else, something new, a new calculus, if you will, that can, betters what's been established and practiced all of these decades to date. It's like I tell someone, I can prove quantum mechanics, I can prove electromagnetism, I can prove physics. But are you using a computer? Because the computers were built off of those theories, and that's how you test them. Can it be applied here? Can it be applied there? Can it be applied at all? And if the answer is yes, well, we built computers, for example. Yes, I proved it. And I don't see if somebody argues, well, electromagnetism isn't there and stuff like that. Oh, really? Okay, are you using a computer? The question is still there. Are you using it? Yes or no? And that proves it. I'm supporting the theory by providing evidence. I've asked many people, are you using? They say, well, it's just a theory. Well, there's layman's theory and scientific theory. If we're talking scientific theory, I can prove them. Well, how? And then I explain what I just explained. And the question is, are you using a computer? The answer is yes, unless that person is one, delusional, or two, just lying. So if somebody says, well, this is single-handed, when I hear single-handedly, well, that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything to me at all. When they have a consensus, a general consensus, global consensus, multiple languages, genius scientists from all over the world say, hey, one plus one equals two. I agree. Jawohl. Yeah, or see, or whatever they say in their language, that say, yeah, 1 + 1 = 2. You have a consensus. That's what is necessitated nowadays. If someone is a naysayer and they, with their own words, so-called disprove it, okay, let someone else test it and let's get a consensus. That's the difference. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying, as he presented it for peer review, that's it. And the answer is no. According to what you just said, or I understand. I'm not saying you said that. And that's what's necessitated in science. A naysayer can say anything they want, just, okay, provide something better. I mean, there's people out there that offer, James Randi Foundation for Education and Science. I think for education only. I forget exactly how that is. They offer $1 million. If you just prove what you say, prove it, you get $1 million. And if it goes further than that, a Nobel Prize and another $1 million. But that's the difference. So anybody just talking, okay, you're just talking. A group of people talk, okay, that's fine. They claim something, okay, so, and we're waiting, give us some paperwork or experiments we can conduct independent of that organization, whatever organization that may be. And then if the science community, the global science community says, oh, yes, we all agree. We have a consensus. Bingo. Let's use it. Where can it be applied? And all these things are developed, like a computer, for example. Right. And that's the difference. Once that can be done, you got it. You got it made. But if one person is saying single-handedly disprove something or prove something, okay, that's, like I can single-handedly prove one of my ideas, but I'm putting it up for review by anyone. I think I've explained principia infinitus, right? But that's the difference. I'm saying, hey, I have this idea, right? I have this idea. And people say, well, they're welcome to disprove it. They're welcome to test it. I've offered tests, right? But there's not enough people that agree with me, right? The science community has to look at it, and they have to dissect it, to the smallest point, and then come up with all these formulas and wonderful ideas, better way of expressing the idea, this and that. And then if they have a consensus, bingo, I got something. But it's not instantaneous because I just said it, or provided a simple test that proves my perspective. But that's it. It's just my perspective. It doesn't mean it's the best idea or original or anything else. It just means that it's an idea that may be worth considering. That's it. Okay, that's all. That's what I understand, Hank. Unless you have, like I said, something to counter it, something that the science community can look at. I'm not a scientist. I studied it. Like I said, I'm not getting paid to be a scientist, but I study science. I have studied science, and that's a difference.
I'm waiting for my apology.
Okay, I apologize.
There you go. How do you feel, man? Do you feel baptized? Do you feel clean now?
No, because like you're saying that he was wearing an apron, and yes, he look. If I don't understand, I don't know if you understand this because you're quite limited. I'm not saying you're slow. I'm saying, have you ever seen like President Bush or President Obama visit a Jewish gathering and they wear the yarmulke? It's out of respect. Okay, they wear it out of respect. Do you understand the word respect? It's 2 syllables. Do you understand that word? Out of respect. President Bush and
I think it's reverence. I don't think it's respect. I think it's more than just respect. Like you respect somebody when they greet you and they head nod and you head nod back. Just looking at them like they're crazy is disrespect. But it's more than that. It's more like a worship almost. I think it's more like
worship. Well, as I understand it, President Obama is not Jewish. As I understand it, President Bush is not Jewish. Okay, so reverence. That's really okay. Fine, call it reverence. Just because both men stepped into that so-called field. That's what I call it, right? A field or that group out of reverence. Right, they wore the yarmulke, right? Okay, great. Okay, you want to call it reverence? Let's call it reverence. So Shaquille O'Neal, I don't know if he became a Mason or not. But that's beside the point. He, out of reverence, okay, am I using the right term here, Hankio? Reverence
sure.
for the Masons, put on that apron out of reverence. Okay, I would do it out of respect. If I got invited, if I was invited just to share a meal or a gathering, I know that's not the private meeting because I know that when my son explained they have a public and a private, that private is just for members only, right? I understand that. But if I had a public gathering and everybody put on the apron, oh yeah. Or if I was invited to a Jewish gathering, right, I'd put on your yarmulke. Yeah, I forget who else wears. Well, any specific ones, like when President Obama went to overseas, I think it was Kenya or forget, and he put on a turban or whatever. I apologize, I don't know the name of that headdress. And the standard dress, not female dress, but the way they dress, out of reverence. You want to call it reverence? Fine, of course I do that. If I go to the Middle East, and there's some places there they don't use knives, forks, chopsticks. They only use the right hand to eat. And you betcha. I use a fork in my left hand. My nature is pick it up in my left hand, right? But out of reverence, if you want to use that term, yes, I'll eat with my hand, my very washed, clean right hand, because in that particular religion, the right hand is a clean hand, the left hand is a dirty hand. That's what they say. So out of reverence, yes. Or if I go to the Far East, right? You betcha I'm going to use chopsticks. You betcha. You betcha I'm going to use chopsticks. So if I were invited to any one of those different cultures, yes, out of reverence, yes, I would dress the part and act accordingly. It's I would call it respect. You call it reverence. Fine. So if Shaquille O'Neal put on that apron, you notice that apron was not adorned. It was not adorned like that gentleman whom Shaquille O'Neal had his arm over. Man, you saw his apron. Man, this guy, he's the top guy. He's the big kahuna, as they say. Right. The other guys were just, like top captains or lieutenants. I don't know the title, so my apologies. But like I said, out of reverence, yes, that's why Shaquille O'Neal. They weren't going to put all that glam on him, man. He wasn't going to have all that flash and sparkle on him. He didn't earn the title. He's not in the group, or maybe a new member to the group. I don't know. It's just a photographic image. But like I said, if I had to, if I was invited, yeah, I'd put a yarmulke on, or I'd eat with chopsticks, or bare hand, or dress the way they dressed. Out of sheer reverence. My apologies. Just sheer reverence. Would you do that, Hank Hill?
I don't know if I had to go to a Muslim country, I probably wouldn't break none of their laws. If I went to a Roman country or
I
the
didn't say
city,
that. I didn't say that.
break
I
the
didn't
laws.
say that, Hank Hill. Please don't start acting like Armando Vargas. That rubbed bad on you, man. You were invited. You're invited here in the United States to go to a synagogue or a temple, or whatever. You're invited as a guest, and they say, "Well, please, we take our shoes off here in our Japanese services, or here we wear the yarmulke, in our Jewish services." Would you do that?
I guess I would have to, wouldn't I?
Well, no, you're invited. You can decline the invitation. If you were admired publicly, and these people say, this man Hank Hill, he's a good man. He's a good man. And then one of the elders would say, "Is he is he one of us?" And they'll say, "No, he's Christian." Well, that's fine. Invite him. He did well. He did well for our community and everybody associated with it. And you're being honored, an honored guest. You're saying, Armando Vargas doesn't want to do it, but would you do it?
No, because I wouldn't bow to no man. Like, nodding your head is one thing, like, "Hey, what's up?" But bowing, I don't know about bowing, man.
Okay.
Bowing to another man, that don't seem right.
Okay, Hank Hill. Let's cut this conversation issue short. The answer is no. I would bow. Yes, I bow. In my daily life, when I meet anyone, I bow politely. I have a habit of that. I don't know where I conjured it up. I don't know. It was decades ago that I started it, but I bow politely. But then again, I do go to the grocery store here, a big supermarket, and I know people, different people, and they know me because it's a local area, right? But some people that work there, this one man, he's from Thailand, right? He's Buddhist, and the namaste, where they put their hands together and bow politely, like the Hindus do, namaste.
Yep.
I do that. There's another gentleman that I know there. One of my neighbors actually. Namaste, and I bow politely. Same thing with this other Buddhist gentleman. Sawati. That's what they say. Sawati.
I'd nod my head, but I wouldn't bow. Like, there's a line,
I bow.
There's a certain line where your hips go too far down.
No. Oh no, I bow. I say salam. I say shalom. I just depending on the people that I know. I do. Well, okay, you call it reverence. I call it respect. Okay, fine. I do bow. I bow. I bow politely. I do. I'm not scared or anything like that, because it's just a matter of honor. I respect them. Okay, reverence to their beliefs. My apologies. I keep messing up, but I do that.
Yeah,
right?
But there's a line you got to draw at some point. Like, what if their belief is you get to sleep with the house's oldest male member? Like in Ooga Booga Land, where they want to, I don't know of a specific place, but what if you go to a gay village or some shit,
My apologies. Does that place exist?
Gay cities? I heard San Francisco's pretty gay.
Okay, so that if I was invited to San Francisco...
No, I don't know that. I was saying, what if?
I don't know. No, I thought you said Ooga Booga City or something like that. In other words, you were making up something that's not so-called normal. You're just making it up to avoid, being respectful, reverence.
No, I can be respectful. I just ain't gonna bow and do no gay shit, before a man. Why would I do that? I'll shake his hand as equals. I'll be respectful like that. Look him in his eye and shake his hand. Say hello.
So in other words, oh no, I know some Japanese people, and I don't ever shake their hands. We bow, we bow. So in other words, okay, fine, you have your limitation, but if you were invited to Japan, right, and they dressed you up, in that classic Japanese dress, you're gonna say, well, let me shake your hand. I'm from Texas. Yeah, no, they don't do that. No, they don't do that. No, I would. Like I do. Well, my apologies. I do. I have done it historically, yes. But I know I mean, I'm being polite. I'm being courteous. I mean, I'm being reverent, I guess. But I call it respect, honorable, right? If they bow, I bow.
Look, I'd bow, but I wouldn't bend my knee or nothing.
Wait a minute. If you're, in some kind of kingdom, I don't know who hits their knees. Football players. Yeah. In the end zone, they hit their knee. Anyway, when they catch the football, but that's a different story. I'm having fun here, but currently I don't know of any culture where somebody goes up to the Queen, let's say the Queen of England, and they bow, as I recall, to the Queen. They don't go on their knees. I do know that the priests in training, I forget what they call them in the Vatican, they lay prostate prone right in front of the Pope. But that's, I mean, private ceremony. But I don't know of any culture where they kneel. Modern time. I really don't. So I don't know.
I'm just saying there's a line, like when you kneel to someone, you expose your most vulnerable parts, is what they say, right? So, that person could just stab you in the back or kick you in the head or whatever, It's not good to kneel. I think a little bow as you pass, like, oh, bend your head down, hello, that's fine. But kneeling and bow, like, I ain't going to bow down to no king or no queen. Fuck all that.
Wait a minute. So Hank Hill just won the Nobel Prize, and they bow in ceremony. I've seen the ceremonies, multiple ceremonies, and they dress really nice, really pretty, and they bow. So you're not going to go. In other words, you'll take the money, you'll take the prize, but you won't go through the ceremony. Okay, cool.
I don't like ceremonies. I don't like weddings.
Well, that's just too bad. If you want a Nobel Prize, then Hank Hill's name is known all over the place. I would think you'd want to so-called parade yourself in front of the world because you're being admired by the world.
Nope, bad idea.
Okay, well, I mean, it's your choice. I'm not telling you what to do, but like I said, the kneeling part. Like I said, right now I don't know of any modern culture or nation where people kneel before a king, but usually a king, right?
Well, let's talk about it literally. Okay, in Australia, you have to say an oath to the Queen to become a citizen or some shit. Like, I looked into it, and as soon as I saw that part, I was like,
we have a Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, it's just a different set of words, but you're pledging to the United States, where you're over there, it's an allegiance to the Queen. Yes, I understand that. I mean, that's what their culture basically, developed over time. Yes,
that's a verbal bow that I won't be doing.
Well, like I said, it's still neither here or there. It's just one of those things for me, out of reverence. You call it reverence. Well, that's why I do that. I mean, I know a lot of other neighbors that, they won't say shalom to a Jewish person. They hate Jews. And other guys, they hate Muslims, and they won't say salam, for example. And well, fine, that's up to them. I'll talk to all of them. I got no issues with them. Like I said, if it's their right, if that's what they choose to do, that's their life. I don't want to change their lives, But
you hinted on something there. What if they are right? What if the Muslims are right? It is their land.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little, Hank.
Sorry about the music. What if the Muslims are right and they do have the birthright to the land?
As I understand it, that's why they're fighting over it because they don't know who owns the land. Because Abraham did father, what is it, Isaac, Ishmael, and Isaac. So that's been a historic feud over that land, the promised land. So, like I said, that's why I support the two-party state. So,
Me too. Two state, yeah, two state resolution, but I don't think it's going to work though. What do you think?
oh no, it's not going to work because Benjamin Netanyahu and his political wing, right there, the hardcore, it would be conservatives, I guess, right, and they don't want to do that. They want to take it all, and they're basically being a bunch of stupid brats, and they're chiding America. And one of their biggest supporters. I would bet you, right, if somebody got up there and president says, "Hey, look, we're going to cut off all your money immediately. You have no time at all to change your mind. Are you going to set up for a two-state solution? Yes or no?" And they'll say, "Oh yes, oh yes." Yeah, yeah. Jews are bigger cowards, the biggest cowards I know, because they're sniveling little brats. I don't want them dead. I just want them to accept responsibility.
We
And
want peace, don't we, Ronan? We don't want no fight over there causing our kin to go to war over there. That's what we want. We want peace. 1967 borders were fair enough.
right, right, right. But everybody's playing it, playing. Oh yeah, because we hate Muslims, we're going to support the Jews. Big mistake. Big mistake. They just said, "Hey man, two state. That's it. Two-state solution. Everybody there, just stop here and back up a little, and then you got your land. They got their land. That's everything. That's fine. Move on." But the Jews don't want to do that. Well, the ones in power don't want to do that. The populace, as I understand it, they're they're very welcoming of it. They don't want any conflict. But Netanyahu and his bunch, right, are the ones that causing turmoil, the Zionists, if you will, right? They all they want that. They want to just take it all over. Just like the white supremacists here in America. It's the same thing, just another country, another group of people trying to take power. Anyway. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but it's stupid. Yeah, big time. And Trump's going to enable that. He's going to enable it. And that's a problem. That's a real big problem because we're going to be losing a lot of soldiers who are committed to defending our nation, right? Going out there for some proxy war, right? And I don't think that's a benefit to anyone at all.
Nope. I agree. That's proxy wars are bad. We got enough as it is. I mean, we got conflicts all over the world, basically flashpoints.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
it's disturbing. For people in the Middle East like Syria and Libya, World War III has already begun.
Right. Right. It's
And
right.
Libya is a failed state because of Western intervention. I mean, that means people died, like children, women. Died because our governments got involved. And it's the same thing, in Israel. Their government's done some things that, they're probably not all proud of. So it's the same in every nation. It's not like one people, like in Mongolia somewhere, just really bad. It's just them and only them. No, it's a little bit in everybody, sprinkled throughout like salt and pepper.
Yep. That's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. And I mean, I think America has the most power to change it, but for the voters who are constantly misled by the media and political propaganda.
And that's legal. And that's the real fake news. They're talking about fake news in the news, and that's the real fake news is political propaganda and ads and bribes or campaign contributions, as the lawyers like to phrase it.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But it's like, who are we? We're just a couple of so-called regular Americans And we're not in those positions, key positions to change things. And the way things are going, it's really no different than any time in history, any time, any culture in the world. It's really no different. It's just the few in power just want to wage war because it makes them more money and gives them more power. That's it.
I was thinking about the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag and how it's supposed to be something to unite the people on to fight for their, whatever, fill in the blank. And I guess in this election, it would be our freedom. But yeah, I don't think, like alleging to your country to protect the women and children of the country, I don't think that's bad. But what's really bad is what the government does, and then we have blind faith to follow that flag no matter what the flag does, and all the people that work to support it, hold it up.
Yeah,
We need
yeah,
to call that out. And
yeah. But I do understand the patriotic aspect of it all. Our flag. This is our symbol. Our mark, if you will. But we are a nation of laws, and our government seems to be getting away from that. And I think that's the real problem: is that the laws are being broken, and because they're in power, they get away with it. Okay, what are you doing now, Armando Vargas? What are you trying to prove now, Armando Vargas?
look at the celestial sphere, Armando Vargas, or the two pillars.
One, two, three, four, five. So those are the five pillars of Islam. Is that what you're showing?
No, no, this is Masonic pillars. The two pillars. See, one's on the left and one's on the right.
One's on the left, one's on the right. Okay, I do. Okay, those two pillars. Okay, what about
Yeah.
them?
One is the earth, and then one is the celestial sphere.
Oh, okay. And then what is that supposed to represent? I guess the question would be.
Well, the earth and the stars, I guess. I don't know. You can see there's always the illuminating G or illuminated I. You can always see that. Um,
Yeah, but like I said, that's an apron, and it looks like it's some kind of a pouch where they would carry what? Guess what? A compass and a square. Back to the history of the compass and square. That's they just made it all pretty for presentation purposes. That's all they did. That's all they really did. The compass and a square, right? It's a compass and a square. Have you ever noticed or shook hands with an actual mason?
yeah, I
Like,
have.
you know that they kind of like hold their finger out like that.
Yep.
You know what that? Okay, yeah. Without even knowing the details, you know what that basically represents?
No idea.
How to hold a hammer, a chipping hammer. That's how they held it. That's how the masons hold the hammer. That's why the finger sticks out like that. They're guiding the hammer because sculpture is a different technique than just swinging a so-called claw hammer. It's completely different technique, and that's what they basically just use as I guess in reverence to their skill craft, which was masonry, right? And like I say, if you look at those, that's I mean that's like I was asking Armando Vargas if they ever worked in a machine shop. We wore aprons. They wear aprons. Why? To keep the dust off of them. So obviously they incorporated that into ceremony position. Right. He's wearing a mason's apron. And if you look at it, it looks like it's a pouch. So the top masons would carry what in that pouch? I can easily imagine at least a compass and a square, those two symbols that they have right there on that apron, because that's what they do. That's what they do. Like Hell's Angels have that beautiful flying skull on their backs. These gentlemen Basically, well, see, it's a pouch. You can look at, well, this is more modified, right? Right, but basically that designates that there's two swords there, right? The skull and bones, life and death. Basically, that's all they're doing. They're just making it formalized so it looks pretty because they're not coming out of the mines or wherever they're chiseling and working, and they're just cleaned up for ceremony. That's all that is. That's all it's ever been. Or a machinist apron. I used to wear a machinist apron. I used to do machine work. And now, I mean, I used to work, I used to weld. And that was a certain so-called uniform. But I don't see the problem. I really don't.
Did you hear that George W. Bush was a Skull and Bones member and also John F. Kerry, the man running against him?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that Clinton and Trump are like cousins, like 18th cousins or some shit.
Okay. So bloodline, yeah, would make sense. Yeah. But just
so it doesn't matter who wins.
But coincidentally, they happen to go to the same college, as I understand it.
I didn't even know that. That's new to me.
Well, isn't that where the Skull and Bones are from? Was it Harvard or Yale, I believe?
Oh, you're talking about Bush, and yes, that's correct.
Right. And they just call it Skull and Bones. Okay. And
so no matter who won that year, it was Skull and Bones, right? It was their turn.
Oh, no, they came from that. They went to the same school, and
well, they're lifelong members, so you don't ever unbecome a Skull and Bones member.
Was President Obama Skull and Bones? No.
No, but he was cousins with Bush, 13th cousins. See, they're all related.
It just happened that way, right? It would make sense. In the gene pool, if you have a bunch of so-called geniuses in something, they would all have that same general skills, so the families would intermingle here and there and keep it all within the bloodline.
Oh, they're geniuses, all right. Evil geniuses.
Well, a genius is genius. It's just what you do with it. I mean, there's a lot of geniuses that don't do anything with what they know. It doesn't mean that they're better than anyone. It just means that they're smart. Okay. And it really comes down to, well, so what? So they were all Skull and Bones. So all presidents were Skull and Bones. No, it just happened that group, tribe, really it was tribal early on, right? They're mixed in, right? Okay. So President Obama isn't all white. He got a little bit of other things, mixed in there. Makes him a slightly different color. Okay. And I don't like I said, I don't see the argument. It's like they always keep saying, well, the Jews run Hollywood. Well, yes, the Jews established motion and picture industry. So what's your point? I keep asking them. Well, it's the Jews. No, it's not just the Jews. There's other groups of people that have control of other things.
13 groups to be exact. 13 families.
Okay. All right. That's in the Western Hemisphere. Do you know anything about China and the history there? Right? That's another group. How about India? Right? That's another group. It just happens to be, well, that here we're within this group here of people. Okay, so what? Anyway, it's like, all right,
So all these families related to each other just happen to rule the world, and all these different countries with the same banking setup,
right?
Except like 2 or 3 countries.
Well, yeah.
And these are the bad guys. These are the bad countries.
Well, ah, that's hard to say because there's other countries that have bad families too, and they're in power. Look, it just happens to be our part of the world. And that's what I really, really understand. These guys, yeah, they want to have Geronimo skull. Yeah, somebody thought up. Yeah, well, we have to have control of something, so let's get Geronimo skull. Here we go. Like I don't know if you can see the YouTube chat. I don't know how to pronounce that. Snowbin, Bencia, Sibis. The Jews run Hollywood. Yes, the run Hollywood. They're the ones that built the industry. And your point, please. What is your point? If the Jews run Hollywood, they built it. It's like you get married, you have a home, and you run your home. What's the difference?
The TV is arguably the most powerful weapon ever invented.
The what?
The television is the most powerful weapon ever invented.
Tool. The TV cannot kill you, so it's most a tool.
That's correct. But they use it as a weapon. They weaponized it.
I can't say that. I can't say that. I cannot say that.
I'll show you.
How could it be weaponized when it has both, love, hate, music, art, and propaganda? Well, propaganda being the other part of both.
Well, you're right about it being a tool. That part was correct. But people use tools to do bad things. One time, a dude hit me with a hoe. An Aggie, the thing that you move the dirt around with so you can plant the seed. Yeah, he hit me with it in the tendon. That was a dick move in the Achilles tendon in the back of the foot. Yeah, so um, sometimes people do stupid shit, and they use stuff that's not supposed to be a weapon for a weapon. Sometimes the TV is used as a weapon. Let's show you. Hold on. So, with the studies they did in Germany, they learned a lot of tricks about psychology and how humans work, and psychology in general pretty much figured out this thing where you could do subliminal messages. And I think it was like the first TV used to come on like two or three channels, and at the end of the day, they would play like this broadcast. Like when you slow it down and look at what they did, like they weaponized the shit out of that little song. And I'll show you if I can find it. Hang on.
Well, take your time. We've got at least 7 hours and 15 minutes left.
All right, you've seen The Matrix, right? I guess this is where I'm going to get started. Television, a system for transmitting visual images and sound that are reproduced on screens, chiefly used as broadcast programs. for entertainment, information, education. Now, do away with the entertainment, information, education, chiefly used to broadcast programs. You see the Matrix? Upload. This is what you believe now. That's how it's weaponized.
Wait a minute. You just gave me a definition and you said, well, just drop this part and go with the other part.
Yeah,
But
pay attention to what it says. Chiefly used to broadcast programs.
programs, okay. Okay, programs. And
So instead of it being the Jump program, it's the Trump program.
no, it's Trump propaganda, and it's
Exactly.
and it's,
Exactly.
no, and it's supported by the big money and the media because the media can charge higher rates for advertising. If we take the money out of politics, the media would be forced to charge lower rates, and they don't want to do that. So it's to their benefit, profit margin, that they keep the status quo because they can charge higher rates during political campaigns, for example. The media is basically another puppet to money.
You know, I bet some people would pay $150, if they thought it came from space.
Well, they would, but like I said, that's people. We're talking about particular players who keep this machine going so they can profit themselves. And the maggots, which would be the media, right, love that, right? What is it? Flea bitten ticks, swollen with blood, right? The media, right, can charge higher rates if they keep the status quo. That's why they support the status quo, right? And because they support it, they get into it. It's like a person in a bar. After a while, they're going to start drinking, right? And they're going to spend their money in it. So, like I said, the media, being the maggots, right, they're just feeding off of this flesh, which is dead flesh, and they can charge higher rates for commercials. If they take the money out of politics, the media would be forced to lower its rates, and they don't want to do that because those racists like Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity make $15-20 million a year or more. I forget exactly how much they make, but that's how the game is played. If you really want to look at it for what it is, I put it this way: I don't buy into the propaganda, but I do, and I did support and vote for Trump. But that gives me the option of calling up Congress and telling them, I want you to be overt racist, the racist you've been hiding to be all along, the racist bigotry. Your institutionalized racism can now be overt. I want pay-per-view lynchings, and I'm white, so lynch me first, and make sure I can invite people like Armando Vargas, people like that. See, I'm using reverse psychology on them, right? And basically, it upsets them when they're being, I guess, bigoted, right? I'm telling them, yeah, I want to scream out when I feel the end of your whip. That's the idea. The mentality used to be, it's like they throw the whip, but no one can yell from the pain. I'm saying, hey, I want the opportunity to yell because I'm being hit. And I'm not speaking for myself. It's a societal statement, right? That's the psychology that I'm playing back on them. Like myself, right? When I go to TYT, right? These racist, niggers leave or this or that, and BLM and Black Lives Matter. Okay, racist cowards matter. Racist cowards matter. Repeated like 3 times, right? In other words, I'm telling them, yes, please tell us about your malicious intentions. I want you to man up. I want you to man up. And all of a sudden they back down. Well, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like the hypocrites that they are, right? Well, no, wait a minute. You were saying bad things about black people. Now I'm encouraging you to do it and tell the world. We're announcing to the world, yes, you are a racist. But now I want you to brag about it. Not just, throw your stone and walk away and say, I never threw the stone. I want you to say, I'm going to throw this stone and hurt people. don't be cowards. That hence my line, right? Racist cowards matter. It's just a play on them. I'm playing it back to them, and I'm trying to encourage them to come out and be overt about it. Open season. Open season. Racists, come on out, come on out. Let's have some more public shootings. Yeah, kill those innocent kids, black kids. Let's see you man up. Let's say you man up. But they're cowards. They're all cowards. Okay, my name just came up. Okay, anyway, it's something else.
What's that? I'm sorry, I said last part.
Oh no, this guy. Food. The media is Lugenpresse. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. What was it? Cenk Uygur, right? Picked that up one time. Lugenpresse. That was the Nazis used to say about the press, right? It's a Nazi term, and they're using it here in the United States, right? But they'll deny it once they get called out. Oh no, it's just a word. No, I want them to be proud of being racist. That's why I want them in here. That's why I want those cowards in here. I'm not a coward. Okay, just tell us about your malicious intentions. Tell us how you want to, kill all the black people, get rid of all the Mexicans, and anybody who supports those Mexicans or black people, they should be killed too. Let's hear you say it. Make sure you say your name properly, please. Mike out, right? And I'm playing it on them, but they back down. That's why they're racist cowards, but they matter. Racist cowards matter. You see, that's what I'm playing on them. That's what I'm playing on them. Their own book, like I said, their own words, but they back down when they're basically encouraged to say those things. That's the problem. That's the problem. Everybody just is silent when they so-called throw the whip. Right now, my thing is because Trump is in office, I want everybody to open up and say, "Hey, that hurts." But I want you to tell me, how much fun you're having hurting me. Not me personally, but, minorities, anybody that supports, humanity and things of that nature, or women. It's really misogynist culture, but that's another story altogether. But that's the point that I'm trying to basically employ right now that Trump has been elected to office. I call Congress once a week. I used to call him daily, but now it's once a week. But I got Senator Ted Cruz, right, and here it's Blake Farenthold, and he's a racist pig, and Ted Cruz, he's another bigot, misogynist fool. But like I said, I tell him, I want you to be honest and open about it. Tell us about the Mercer family. Everybody snivels about George Soros, yet Trump has I forget the man's name, right? But he has someone who used to work for George Soros for one of his cabinet positions. I forget which one right now. I'm excited, but everybody snivels about Soros this, Soros that. Well, how about the Mercer family? How about the Koch brothers? But nobody wants to say anything about that. Now I want to say, yeah, Koch brothers, yeah, white power, Koch brothers, the Mercer family, Koch brothers, Donald Trump, The only reason Ted Cruz turned around and supported Trump is because the Mercer family put millions into Ted Cruz's campaign coffers. And the Mercer family said, you go bow before him. I mean, should I say, grovel at his feet. Right? And that's it. That's the way it goes. And I want them to be proud and open about it. I want them to be honest about their malicious intentions. Man up. I call it manning up. But they won't. But I still call them out, and it's just fun to do so. And if you want to defend them, Hank Hill, you're in the way. You say you care for people. Well, I'm not saying you should be on my side, but I'm saying you shouldn't be on their side. You can be neutral about it. You can be a humanitarian. Yes. I'm not trying to involve you in my fight. I'm not fighting, actually. I'm trying to be a very loud megaphone for these people. I want them to be proud of their malicious intentions, be overt about it. And like I said, anybody who wants to disagree with me, hey, they're fine, that's okay. If they want to be peaceful, you want to be peaceful, great. My issue is not with you. It's with the establishment. Both parties. I don't see Hillary going to prison. You know why? because she's part of the machine.
I used to do it back in the day too. I used to be on the Black Lives Matter stuff, and when they started talking about all that racial shit, and I was like, brothers, can you not see it's the media doing this to us? And then eventually I realized that people I was talking to were not my brothers, and I was like, okay, I see. And I was like, guys, it's the media. It's the media that makes us fight like this.
Well, yeah, yeah, but see, I make a distinct point, right? And that's the difference, right? I'm clear about what I'm saying. I'm not trying to mince words here. I'm not trying to be political. I'm not trying to be anyone's friend.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. That's what's so much fun about this. You know, to have people that, well, like this guy here, what is it? Food, food, power, money, food, money, and power, whatever. Power, money, and food. I think he said. I forget what it was. But this guy's quoting me. I want them to be proud of being racist. White power is just fun. That's right. That's right. I'm encouraging their overt hatred, versus them just saying it and then running away like the cowards they are. I want them to stick around and proclaim it. Oh yeah, I want them to man up. I want them to man up, but they won't. It's easy enough. I can proven it already. But it's just fun. Now they have to look at themselves and say, "Well, I'm not going to change." Great, don't change. Be proud of it. Own it.
Don't you see how often it is that people who are racist are often low IQ'd? I don't know if you've
No,
noticed this
no,
trend.
no, no. I disagree. I disagree completely. I know races with very high IQs. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with culture. That more just their culture. That's the way they were brought up. That's the way they were brought up. To be like that. But there, no, no, no. I know many races who are very high IQ, very high IQ. No, I'm not. No, I'm not talking IQ. No, no, no. I'm not at all. Not at all. No, not at all. I'm not. No, no way. I'm going there because I know it's not a fact. I know it's not a fact. If they hate, it's because of culture. That's all that is. I mean, obviously in every culture there's that spectrum, right? You have the small percentages who are all the geniuses, and then everybody else who is not as smart or to a degree as smart. But that's neither here or there. But it's just culture. There's plenty of geniuses who are racist, plenty of them, plenty of them. So no, no, that's a non sequitur right there. Well, put it this way, that's my perspective. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay. I guess it would be fair to say that the educational system does kind of inspire you to be racist. The lunchroom effect is, going all throughout the whole thing.
No, there again, okay. The education system. Let's just say it's a certain parts of Texas, white settlement, Biter, Texas, right? They have their educational system, but they're all basically white people. Okay, white. Not that there's anything wrong with white people. There isn't. What's wrong is certain pods or segments are very hateful, right? Because of their upbringing. It carries on, generation to generation, right? So, like I said, that's the problem within any group. It doesn't matter where in the world, you're going to have those types of people. And usually because they are so aggressive, and some of them, like I said, are very smart, right? They get into positions of power and they promote that agenda. I'm not saying it's just white people. No, I'm not saying that. But because we're in America, we're using that because that's what we have here. And everybody else so-called plays along, or else they'd be ostracized or hurt, killed, whatever. And that's where I can use the example of it's like everybody backed Jesus up until Jesus is going to the cross, and everybody, boom, they bolted. And it's the same thing. I call it congruent reality, right? It happens generation after generation after generation. But like I said, there's isolated places like Vidor, Texas, like I said, and White Settlement. Those two places I know of. Right? Been there, done that, as they say. And I don't go there because I know that that little area right there is very racist in general. In general, right? The majority of them are very racist people. Right? Even Vidor, Texas got written up in Texas Monthly Magazine 2 decades ago. Anyway, but Vidor, Texas, like I said, they're overt racist people. Okay, but it's just their culture, But they're not dumb, not by any means. They're not dumb. By this intelligence, that's their brains, but their their social circles are based on hatred towards any other race, right? And that's just their choice. They're not ignorant of it. A lot of people say, well, that's just ignorant. No, no, no. They're well aware. And they're like, right now, they have white nationalist groups, right? And they're very smart people, college educated people, right? And they have a plan. Yeah, we're going to take this over, right? But if I talk to them, I say, well, are you indigenous to the United States? No, we just, and if they were so-called, they would call so-called man up, right? They would say, no, 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 we were filthy Europeans. We came here and killed most people using diseases that we were carried on us because we never bathed, and we stole the land and we killed people, and we just taking it over and running everybody out. Oh, I got your, hey, you got my respect. You got my respect. Bingo. You got it. But they won't say that openly. Then that's what I'm calling them out to do, right? Trump Reich is coming. So great. Let's just admit it, be overt about it, and see what happens. And I know if they got everything they wanted their own way, and they got rid of all the Mexicans and lynched all the blacks, man, they'd cut about I think about almost what is it? I think it's about 40% of the population. In America, man, you talk about other countries coming in and basically warring against the United States. Man, we're going to be called China. I'll be long dead, but I would have laughed before I died knowing better. It's predictable. It's predictable, Hank Hill. I've studied enough history to know. It's predictable. It's easy. It's easy to predict it.
People are really predictable. I think it's pretty predictable. These little people, these little segregation groups. I think there's going to be a lot of blind faith. I kind of had, a little bit of racism in my family, but nothing like slavery, more like the N word. But that's how, old people were from that generation. They used racial slurs. I don't know why, but they just did.
This generation does it. Have you ever listened to Armando Vargas? Really? No. Why should I be scared? I'm not lying. I'm not making it up. He's the one that makes it up. He's the hypocrite. Okay, he's the one that's condescending. He's the one that's an autocrat. I man up. Guess what, Hank Hill? I man up. In case you haven't figured it out by now. No, it's in this generation too. Armando Vargas, right there. Armando Vargas. Bingo. We had Fort Truth in here early on. I don't know if you know that guy, Fort Truth. I met him on the TYT chat. But he came in here, got up, he got so-called triggered, and he was saying nigger with all due emotion, heart and emotions. He was saying it right out. He was being, a racist, overt racist. Hey, I respect him. And, I respect him. That's a person I can respect. I don't know if you know John Campbell, from the TYT chat, or he used to go on Newsmax also. And he's a proud white supremacist, right? And he's proud of it. I respect him. I don't know if you understand that idea, but I respect him for being honest about it, his position. Obviously, I disagree in principle, but I respect him. And there's other guys that who say those words and make those threats, and I call them out, and they say, "Well, no, I'm not a racist. I can't respect those guys. I can't. I won't. Should I say? I won't respect those people. But the ones that are honest about it, yes, they've got my respect. I disagree, but they got my respect. At least they man up."
So one time I brought up to La Surge the title of Darwin's book and about how the very last sentence, because it's an awful long title, it's kind of racist as fuck. I mean, it basically said that all life started in Africa and Europeans evolved out of it, like we're humans 2.0 or some shit. And that's what every race that believes in evolution thinks, the supremacist ones, anyway.
That's just it, Hank Hill. You know, white people cannot be the 2.0. They're not different. They're not separate. We're all the same species. I can prove it right now. Today, I used Jay Tudor as an example because he's a single man. Right, talking to these other bigots, that wouldn't admit that they were racist. I could drop names, but it's more fun just to get to the point. I could fly Jay Tudor anywhere on earth and have him meet the most beautiful women from multiple colors, but the most beautiful of women, right? Never mind the color, never mind the hair, but they're just beautiful. The package is like there. It's beautiful. Any man that likes women would admit, yes, that's a beautiful woman, no matter what color he's looking at. And we get Jay Tudor and that particular women, to have sex and make babies. That proves we're the same species. And I've talked to a lot of, well, not a lot, many white supremacists who says that they're a different race, and explain that to them, but then they go arguing with me, blah 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 blah. But they're still, niggers, as they say. Okay, but you're still the same species. And they argue back and forth. No, we're not. I said, yes, you are. I can prove it. I can prove it. Even before I spoke to Jay Tudor, I didn't know Jay Tudor at the time, but I told them the same thing, but they don't want to believe it. But it's fact. I can prove it. It's there. But they want to say, no, we're different. Different. They're animals. It says, no. They're the same species. That's it. But like I said, that's like I said, that's where I draw the line. If they admit it right out, oh yeah, we're racist because we hate their color, we don't like them, they're just different than we are, and we just want to entitle ourselves and basically make slaves of them. Oh, okay, I can respect you. Yeah, cool. They're honest about it. Cool.
So to me, it seems like racism should be solved, but there is this one thing I have to disagree with you with: the rhesus monkey factor, O negative or positive. It's really weird that we can't breed, and speciation does appear to be existing in the human race, in the sense that O negative women cannot give birth to O positive semen. Sometimes the fetus attacks it.
Yes.
Is that correct? And women have to take shots, medical intervention, to weaken her immune system so that it won't attack the fetus with the positive blood.
Right.
That is a fact. Okay, so we're agreeing on there. I think this is the best evidence for evolution, honestly. But no evolutionists really talk about it. And it bothers me because there's something there, but yet they avoid it, it appears, in the debates that I've heard. Anyway. And I just thought, it's kind of miraculous that they would avoid that like that.
Well, it's you use the word speciation, and I do agree with that, because like O positive and O negative, AB, and then the RH factor, positive, negative. Yes, but you can reason that because initially it was all the same blood, and people migrated to different parts of the world, and their diets and environment changed over time, that you would have, the different blood types. Like in the general population, it could be everybody, the majority of the people are, let's just say A and AB. And then another part of the world, everybody is O, you know, but like that's speciation. For example, the idea of a mule, right? It was a horse and a donkey. I think it's a horse and a donkey. They can produce a mule, but the mule is sterile, right? That's still speciation, but they're not so far diverged from each other that they can't reproduce. Like I said, horses and donkeys can produce mules. They're not far enough. It's the same thing with different blood types, right? They're not far enough. And man figured out a way, well, okay, we can compensate for that. Okay. Or you can compensate for that. But that's part of speciation, evolution. Yes. Yes, I agree with you. That's right. That's absolutely right. But as to why, I just shared the idea of how that happens, right? Because it's just that's the way evolution works. You isolate two groups, right? And if they reproduce 3 or 4 times, and then they go further afield, to another location, let's say from the plain to the mountain, then back to the seashore, right? And then you got the other one going in different directions, right? Eventually, if you get those two distant relatives together, they can't reproduce. I forget the name of the lizard currently, but there's a video on YouTube, right, where they had this lizard, right? It was a test, right? They put this lizard, right, a certain part of the country, and I think they waited, I forget the number of decades, right? Excuse me. And then they basically migrated all over this island, right? And then went from the seashore to like the plains area, then to woodlands, then the mountains, and then went over the mountains back to the other side, back. And then there was two diverging lines, right? And then they caught two of the totally opposed species of the original lizard, and they tried to get them to reproduce, and they couldn't reproduce, right? Speciation. And that science proved that. Yes, it's like the same thing with blood types, the same thing with horses and donkeys. That's speciation. That's what happens. Yes, that's what happens. That does happen, and it's been proven by science. So there's a number of different ways that science has proven it. Yes, evolution. It's there. It happens, and that's the whole point of it all. But a lot of people want to deny it for whatever reason. Whether it's ignorance, racism.
See, we can agree on speciation. Where we disagree is billions of years of it.
Well, man, our species has only been around, I think, from 170, what is it, 150 to 180,000 years. So we're really, really young as a species, and based on fossil records, we're talking in the billions of years, and there's evidence of that, more evidence now. Like I suggested to you some time ago, if you look up Aaron Ra, like he's got videos and a book, and that can basically show that. And if you have any questions, you can contact him directly, and he'll explain it to you. He's very open about those things, and he can explain how that works out. He knows all the fancy words and jargon, associated with. I've heard the words. I don't remember the words. That's just it. It's like I got the idea. I got the gist of it, as they say. But like I said, you can discuss it with him, because I'm not an authority on it, but I do understand that that it's there. The evidence is there, and it's not that one group of scientists said, "Okay, this fossil is this old," right? And another group of scientists dated the rocks, right? Dated the rocks, right? Geologists, right? They dated the rocks, and the other scientists found the fossils. They dated the fossils, dated the rocks. Boom! It was all the same. Both of them agreed, independent of each other, to a certain number, and then they shared those numbers, and the numbers matched up. Okay, in other words, multiple sets of disciplines agreed. It was a consensus, right, on the number.
They agreed it's their best guess because the decay rate cannot be fully understood to be constant. They don't know if the decay rate was constant.
Right. That's why they use multiple dating methods. right, and they get an aggregate average. Yes, yes, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. But if it all falls within a range of one, maybe 2 billion years, and it's 300 to 450, 300 billion years ago. Okay. We got a general idea. Yeah, it's about right. Yeah, right. It's a consensus. It's based on consensus. Yes, yes. It's not precise to the minute, hour. It's not like that. It's a
But
range.
does the average 100 IQ American, and I'm guessing there, do they know that? Do they know? Well, I don't know if it's even 100. Maybe the average is, and it doesn't matter. So, do they know that? Do they know that it's the best guess view, or do they just have blind faith in it and go, yeah, 350 billion years sounds right? They write it down in their brain without
Well,
question.
well, wait a minute. The average 100 IQ American is not the specific 170 IQ genius that studies these things. The specific science. Just because two guys, have the same IQ of 160 or 180, whatever pick a high number, whatever high number you want, right? And they're both have different disciplines, doesn't mean one is better than the other. That means that one understands a lot about a specific discipline. You could have a musical prodigy and a scientist, both with the same IQ, but the scientist might not be able to play a musical instrument, and vice versa. The prodigy doesn't know a thing about nuclear physics. I don't know. I don't know. They just happen to be very, very smart at that one discipline. That's the difference, right? But if you take the average so-called American 100 IQ, well, they go to school and they read the books that these people, the scientists wrote or these musicians wrote, right? And they play the music or study the math or science, but that doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It just means that one is very, very good at something. That's all that really means. Because I've never known recent example, Dr. Ben Carson. I figure he's a very, very high IQ person, right? He's a surgeon, right? This man, magic hands, right? Brilliant, brilliant. He basically what he had done in his career, right? It spawned a group. I mean, a major discipline in medicine, right? Brilliant man. And so many people study his books, they study his works, go over, everything, every last letter he wrote or number, that he put down, right? And they study it in detail to get the idea of how did he do it? How did he do it? This man has to be a genius. Okay, fine. He did it. He proved it. It's there. It's documented. And man, he's been acknowledged for it. Then he goes into politics. About the stupidest man I've ever seen in politics, next to George Bush. Okay.
And George Bush is Bush 2.0.
Yeah, George Bush is 2.0. Right. See, that's an excellent example because the names I just dropped. So, like I said, if we get two geniuses, identical IQs but different disciplines, it does not mean one can do the other's job. And that's the problem. A lot of people, because they are that smart, so-called smart, and they assume, erroneously, because they are that smart, they can do everything else. They can't. And they won't admit it. And that's the problem. That's the problem. At least a so-called dumb guy will just get mad and just stop right there. But a real smart guy will not admit it. He won't admit it. I don't know of any. Well, yeah, no, yeah. There's a lot of them. I apologize. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them there. That do. Yeah. Some of them say, "Well, hey, man, that's not my field of research or my discipline." And they readily admit it. I mean, what is it? Einstein, was it Einstein? He said, the difference between stupidity and genius is that genius knows its limits. And I can agree with that. He knows his limits. They even asked Einstein, how does it feel to be the smartest man in the world? And Einstein replied, I don't know. You'll have to ask Tesla. Now that's
because Tesla was doing real science and inventions that people could use.
Right.
And he was just putting forth equations that really doesn't help us. I mean, George
Right.
Washington Carver, Harvard, something like that.
George
The,
Washington Carver, yes.
he was way better for humanity than Einstein was. He invented 100 different things to do with peanuts. I mean,
Right. Right. See, like, well, yeah. We just agreed. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, and like I said, if everyone could understand that, right, and these so-called geniuses realize that everybody knows, oh yeah, you might be very good at this, but I know you'll be very bad at that. That so-called genius will have to be that smart enough, or should I say wise, to accept it and focus on what he's doing or she is doing. Is usually a male that has the problem. Women don't have that kind of problem. They know better, but they're more emotional. But the whole idea being is yes, that's what it is. If everyone knows, if everyone knows, then everyone understands, and there's less chance for trickery, problems, uh, and all the other negative aspects of power.
so it's amazing what people do for power, and you kind of think it's not even really power; it's money these days. What people do for money, and instead of saying, "Hey, why don't you take your chance, not going to college and going into debt, and try failing in the real world before go stripping at a club." And this is where me and you are going to disagree. I would say it would be, better not to go stripping than to have that degree, because basically you're not going to really find a job for your degree anyway. It seems that our economy's broke, but I would say stripping would be a bad idea as far as paying for college and getting a degree. I mean, you're giving away, that part of yourself
Okay,
for,
here we go. Here we go again. Here we go again. Let me start with asking a simple question. Do you believe in equal rights?
of course.
No. Your answer should have been no. If you want to deny
What?
a person's right to do anything, to gain a college education, you do not believe in equal rights. Let's just be honest with ourselves. No, yourself. I'm honest with myself. I support equal rights. And if a person, a woman in this particular case, wants to take off her clothes to objectify men because all those married rings are going to come up there with that $10 bill in their hand. Yeah, remember, who's making the money? The woman is making the money. And she's going to pay for college. She figured out a way, one way, or maybe there's multiple ways, right? Because she's smart already, but she can't afford the money for the books and the classes. And if she wants to go out there and strip and gets that money to pay for her college, it's her right. So you do not believe in equal rights.
No, I agree.
Yeah, let's be honest about this.
I am. I
You
am. Let me
started,
finish.
no. First of all, you said you do agree with equal rights, and then you what you had said before that was that you don't want women stripping. So you don't agree with equal rights. Let's be
Okay,
honest with yourself.
let me defend myself here.
Okay. Now here you're backing up. And see, you would have
No,
won.
let me
You
talk.
would have won the
No,
whole
let me
debate, but
talk.
just admitting it. No, I don't believe in equal rights because women should not strip to afford college. Okay, you don't believe in equal rights? Good. I respect you. Right now, you're just backing up like everybody else does and trying to justify your error because you didn't realize what it was in the first place. It's no stating after fact is a problem. Is a problem. Okay, I'll tell you what. Just so the people listening can get the idea, because a lot of them don't want to listen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm not saying that a girl shouldn't be able to strip if she wants to, although I disagree with it. It's not a choice that I would make for my daughter. I would hope that it would be more important not to strip than to get that college degree. I was just saying you got to weigh it out. In my opinion, if she wants to strip, go ahead, boo boo, get your paper. And that's all it is, a sheet of paper that you show to a boss when you're trying to get a job, and you hope that you get it, and the paper doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it. So it's not that she can't go strip. It's just you got to teach them to weigh it out. Like, do you really want to show your genitals? Because in Texas we have full nude, BYOB, bring your own beer, nude bars. And do you want your daughter like earning her college paper or her degree? Her, education by letting her vagina flap in the wind? I mean, is it really worth it? Is the debt worth it? Is the stripping worth it? You know, what would you not do for money? Like, where do you draw the line? Like, some people draw the line like a lot further away than other people, and that's up to them. They got to draw their own line. If, you know, girl wants to be a stripper, go ahead, but worth getting that, you know, haircut degree or whatever. I mean, I know it's easy money for the girl to make, and she has the right to make it. You know, in a capitalist country like our own, you know, in a Muslim country, she'd be tortured and killed if they're real strict on the law, which not all of them are. Some of them are, some aren't. But yeah, she should be able to strip. It's just in school, the parents are probably not going to teach them, you know, hey, like, you got to weigh it out. Is it worth flashing your genitals so you can, you know, have this degree? Is that something you want to do? Because, you know, 20, 30 years down the road, it's going to be like, you know, damn, I did that for a degree. Like, why? Or whatever, fill in the blank.
Okay.
Diamond ring, whatever.
Well, no, I still hear you saying you don't believe in equal rights, because I think I don't know if you were in the hangout when I explained it. Yeah, you were because you had brought it up, and I did explain. Right. See, this is where I'm proactive. You're being reactive. Are you weighing this out? You're instilling doubt right there. You're instilling doubt. The line of questioning would have been different. Well, statements on my part would have been different. Oh, you're going to do that? You know, have you considered, you know, how you're going to basically approach that? That's empowerment. Right? I'm not trying to deny them their choice. I'm trying to empower them by educating them. Like I had said in that argument that I was constantly interrupted by Armando Vargas by, but the point being that I was expressing the idea that yes, if you're going to go into this, make sure you understand this much. You can be friendly, but never befriend. Remember your goal. If you're going to so-called take a break, drink a soda. Don't take a drink from a man. And if he buys you a so-called drink, they cost like, I don't know, $10, $20, I don't know, right? Make sure you tell the barkeep, hey, don't put any liquor in it. Make sure it's just straight soda. Keep your wits about you, because they are there to lust. They're not going to love you. They are lust. And if you have a goal like college, make sure you remember that goal. Yeah, it's a hassle. Like any job is a hassle, right? But you're doing it because you're beautiful, and men perceive you as beautiful, and they're willing to give you money for dancing around naked. And that you understand, right? And if they understand and follow everything I'm saying at the end of our conversation, which would be much longer than what I'm sharing with you, right? Boom, they got it. But you know what? Decades ago, I gave the same conversation to this one girl, right? She was beautiful. She was about 6'2", part of the volleyball team, and she needed more money for more classes. And she wasn't a dancer. She was like a hostess. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know about nudie bars. They have the hostesses. They just bring you drinks, you know, and then there's the dancers, right? They'll sit with you and drink with you. Right, but she was just a hostess. And she was a knockout woman. She was a beautiful woman. And she was about 6'2". She was volleyball, right? And I gave her the long conversation, right? I gave her the long conversation. I bought her a soda. I purposely bought her a soda. $10, cost me $10. I remember that, $10. And I told her no alcohol, you know, just the soda. And I talked to her, right? And I walked away. And I know I got to her mind, and I got her the information that she needed to basically set her up. So yeah, these guys are gonna give her tips. You know, hey, how about the phone number? Well, so you're so kind. You know, just be polite, be a lady, la la. Go ahead, be friendly, but do not befriend. Right. So this conversation here, I'm basically regurgitating an idea and expanding on the idea, trying to explain it to everybody. But what you're saying is like everybody else, have you weighed all your options? You know, basically you're trying to knock their feet out from under them. You're trying to dissuade their decision. I'm trying to get them to look at it clearly. And if they change their mind after that, that's fine. I didn't try to knock them off track, as they say. I try to encourage them. Okay, if you're going to do this, make sure you can do this and make sure you can do that. Are you sure about yourself? I believe it. If you want to do that, go. Another girl I was talking to one time, right? And she was talking to me about, well, it wasn't stripping, right? It was about traveling. And I forget the country, but I think it was Europe or Australia. I don't recall that part specifically. And she was talking about it. And she, well, my friends and my family, this and that. And I will say, wait a minute. What's it going to change if you go by what they tell you to do? And she had to pause. And then that's when I said, you know what? It's going to change the course of your life. And if you missed out on it later on, you're going to regret it. If you want to travel to Europe, that's it. That was Europe. It was Europe. Central, what was it? Eastern Europe. It was Eastern Europe. No, I remember now. It was Eastern Europe. She wanted to travel there, right? And I told her, no. See, all these people want to keep you here because they love you. They're scared. They don't want you hurt. And a boyfriend doesn't want you to go because he wants you to, be with him, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? If you decide to go by what they tell you to do, you're going to miss out and you're going to regret it. The idea is to go. Set yourself up. Make sure you figure everything out. Consider everything you have to consider to getting there and back when you decide to come back, and do it. Otherwise, you'll have regrets. And I know most men want women to stay in their place, and you don't need to do that anymore. That's old ways of doing things. Be yourself, and if you're that interested, go. Her name was Elizabeth, by the way, but that's another story. Anyway, like I said, I use the same approach with anyone, with anyone. But if you're you're giving me the classic line, well, have you waited out? Yeah, I've heard that one. And yeah, okay, fine. You don't believe in equal rights. Got it. I accept it. It's cool. Unless you change your perspective and approach, you do not believe in equal rights. Okay. I can respect you.
Look at it honestly. I mean, you gave her a warning. I gave her a different warning, but along the same lines, be careful.
I didn't give her warnings. I said, have you looked at all these options? And I gave her points to consider. In other words, it's the difference between you driving the vehicle and that person being in the passenger seat than to explain what's going to happen when you put them in the driver's seat. That's simple. It's a simple analogy, but I think you get the idea. And that's what you're telling me. I'm driving the car and I'm telling the passenger, hey, have you considered this? You know what's going to happen if you drive this car? And I'm driving. Hey, look, this is what's going to happen when you drive this car, and this is what you have to look out for. Do you think you're ready to do this? And they say yes. Okay, here you go. Test it. Be careful. Just be careful. And then boom, let them go, because I cannot dictate their lives to them. I can only encourage them to be wise about their decisions and consider all options versus, are you sure you want to do that? That's basically what you're hinting, or everybody else is hinting. That I understand that. I do understand that, because like I said, you care for a person's well-being. You don't want them to go into what's a so-called bad idea, because it's not so-called socially acceptable. Okay, I do understand that. I'm not saying you're wrong or you're a bad person for saying it that way. But if you're going to really go with, I believe in equal rights, then you might have to change your perspective and approach just a little bit. Mike out.
Of course, I believe in equal rights, and me trying to tell a woman that, hey, you don't have to do this. I understand if it's like you're homeless and you got to do it. That's not me like being judgmental and shit. I mean, I would hate that happens, but that's reality, right, folks? Let's be honest. People become homeless and then have to do things that they wouldn't normally want to do. Some people choose to become homeless and others don't. The ones that don't, that part sucks. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock market crash has created. There's no way that we can do that. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock market crash has created. There's no way that we can do that. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock market crash has created. There's no way that we can do that. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock market crash has created. There's no way that we can do that. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock market crash has created. There's no way that we can do that. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock market crash has created. There's no way that we can do that. And then we got money to send money to Israel, but we can't take care of all these homeless people that the banks and the stock mar There's enough empty houses for every family in the United States to have a home, but according to deeds in the banks, those belong to the banks. They don't belong to the family. So what are you supposed to do? You know, you're supposed to take the money and go strip. That's how I see it. Like they want you to be impoverished so that they can rise above you, and then you have to say, well, these are my lords, or these are my politicians, and that's what they want. They want you to grovel and they want to step on you, but in reality, they work for us, of the people, by the people, for the people. That means they work for us.
Well,
We're
yeah,
their bosses, right?
yeah, it is their job to work for us, but they don't. They're not doing their job. In short, they're not doing their job. They want to keep us at odds with each other so they can just sit back and take the bribes.
Yeah, that's the part we do agree on. They do take the bribes, and they're not really interested about us. And it's going to be that way until money gets out of politics. Like Serge, what's his name? Serge? Is that right? Is that what he says? Money out of politics?
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I can absolutely agree with that. Money out of politics sounds sweet. It sounds like fantasy, does it not?
I think we agree more than we disagree, Hank Hill.
I think so too.
I really don't like, but I disagree with you saying Hank Shill. I don't like it because it's like it. My son right overheard you once, and he asked, "Hey man, is that guy from?" He knew the name. I forget the man's name. Mike Judge. Mike Judge. And I said, "No, this man. That's his natural voice. He was Hank Hill before Hank Hill was ever invented. That's his voice. It's a natural voice, man. It's good. Well, told me a good guy and all that stuff, but yeah. But Hank Hill, I don't like it. But that's just okay. That
Yeah,
is
I
my
figured
opinion.
people wouldn't like
That is
it.
my opinion.
Yeah, I figured people wouldn't like it. It's what it is. It's me making fun of um, the people who use that word too much. The people who accuse everyone. Like, if you disagree with me, then it's kind of like the blind faith I was talking about earlier. So this is me poking fun of the blind faith people, the people
Oh,
that
okay, okay.
believe it, and everyone else who doesn't believe it, they're a paid shill. And then it's also me poking fun of. I was on this hangout once, and this guy kept asking people to go to his website over and over and over again. And the last time he said it, he said there's a PayPal donation thing at the bottom, and I was like, damn, like thinking to myself, like, did he really just do that? Like, he programmed people for like an hour, and then said donate at the end, and that's what a shill is, right?
Well, yeah.
Someone making a shilling, spitting whatever, truth, fact, lies, deception, whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah,
Oh,
I'll be
yeah.
right back.
Yeah. Take your time.
Take a break. Anybody still there? Mic check. Everybody sleeping.
Hey, buddy.
Yeehaw. Hey, I just got
Yeah.
Welcome
I
back.
just got fixed here, man, where I can talk. I tried to join earlier, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I just posted the Buddy W. Wow. Now you want to join the panel? Question mark. Wow, you are faster than a speeding bullet, Batman.
Let's see. Okay, bam, I got that. Okay, now I should be close to right. Cool.
Well, go on.
Hold on.
This
Man,
is
I
not
just swallowed my coffee the wrong way. Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you were at a doctor's office. They told you to turn your head left and cough.
Well, they stuck it up in me and wiggled, man.
All right. No wonder you're more open now. Stop walking into them, buddy. I'm telling you, I'm ready for you. You know.
Hey, man. I have to say, as far as LeSurge, man, I sit there and I try to watch his chat, and I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking, in other words, I'm trying to put myself in his moccasins, and I'm trying to really think like that guy as he's talking. I'm telling you, man, he's out there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know he's bright, but like, what did he type or say that was?
Oh, it was just a lot of different things. I've just been sitting there and watching him for, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. It's just, I mean, man, I don't know, man. Anyway, I wish he'd chill out and kind of get on the panel and loosen up a little bit.
Oh no, he's mad at Armando Vargas. It seems like LeSurge sent Armando Vargas a PM, personal message, and then Armando Vargas turned around and published it. I didn't see that, but the aftermath, I caught up with the aftermath, and basically the idea that LeSurge said, hey, look, I sent this in trust that obviously you'd keep it between us, but technically Armando Vargas owns the PM, and so he could do whatever he wants. So
right.
That's where the friction developed, and that's why.
Well,
go ahead.
That's the dictator part of LeSurge, I guess. He just strikes me as and maybe I'm misreading that. He says he's a socialist, which
he's an autocrat. He's an autocrat. Yeah, go ahead.
But I just his responses reminds me when he can't control something, it really fucks with him bad.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In other words, when he loses any control of any situation, it looks like he just loses it.
Oh yes, you're absolutely right. He called himself an egalitarian, but then he calls himself, an autocrat. Well, he admitted to be an autocrat. So egalitarian autocrat is an oxymoron, but you're absolutely right. You got it. You pegged it. You pegged it. When you so-called listen to him and go along with him, he's okay. But you question him once on anything, boom, he just goes right off the rails.
Yeah. We didn't start off real good, but I can understand why he looks at me like a redneck. That's all cool. It's fine, but that's not really my lifestyle. However, I did spend a lot of time in the country around farms and stuff also when I was growing up. But I was basically a city boy, so I'm not really a redneck. I'm just a kind of a city boy with a redneck southern twang, I guess. I don't know. I guess I sound like a southern redneck.
Well, you sound like, but you don't fit the stereotype.
That's crazy. The bands that I was in, a lot of times they were biker guys, and they'd be up there with their beards and their vest and their logos on and everything, and here I am up there just in my normal jeans and cut off t-shirt playing. And I had people say to me, I don't know what made me think about that when you just said that, but a lot of people would say, man, you just look different than the rest of the group, which I don't know, man. I don't know how you classify, you know, what a musician's supposed to look like, but I understood what they meant. You know, in other words, I got my Harley at home in the garage, and I don't have a long beard and a beer gut and tattoos all over my body. You know, I understand what they're saying. They weren't saying I was a misfit. They just said, I mean, they loved the music. It was just, that's kind of interesting. I consider myself spending a lot of time in the mainstream of things, but yet like to get off where it's calm and non-chaotic.
Well, yeah, you like that, you know, calm. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I can focus on stuff a lot better, you know, music and everything else. So, I mean, I like to get in the mainstream, but I have to admit, man, at the end of the night, I'm not really feeling it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But like I said, it that stereotype thing. That's why Lyserge, you know, wants to call you a redneck. And what would I call Lyserge? You know, I'd call him a hypocrite. You know, I'd call him an autocrat. I'd call him condescending. And it sounds like I'm talking about Armando Vargas.
Yeah.
And I am also including Armando Vargas. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just wish that Lyserge, you know, that's the beauty. Man, I have to say this because I don't feel like I'm biased in any way to say this. I really feel like this is a platform that's being allowed for anybody of any personality, any walk of life. Pretty much, I mean, they can pretty much come here and say what they want, voice their views and opinions. And not to say that everybody will agree with it, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I consider crossing the line is when they snipe people and porn bomb.
I hate, man. Wow.
You know, so that's about, you know, that's the only issue I really have. I agree with you. We should, I go to other chats and they have like a certain topic they always bring up and recycle. But here, different people come in and you don't never know what's going to happen next, and that's the fun part of it all.
That's I know, man. That's what I enjoy right there. And for that reason, I wish Lyserge wouldn't, you know, clam up and then leave when somebody says something back to him. You know.
Yeah, for such a confident, well, he's a very smart man. Yeah, I'm not taking that from him. I'm not. Right, he's a very smart man. You know, but the fact that he is so, I guess, fragile. His ego is so fragile.
Right. Yeah. Or it seems to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, put it this way: we're all behind a keyboard here, and I've noticed myself. This is just me thinking, right? I've noticed that. Well, obviously, we wouldn't be talking to each other on some topics. We wouldn't be talking to each other in public, you know, on you know, in certain topics, right? But here, you know, obviously, we can't get hurt, so to speak. Our emotions, yes, but that emotions part does come out, right? Regardless if Lyserge is using his real name or a fake name, doesn't matter.
Right.
You know. We can all basically just,
Right.
yeah, we can profile that character, you know, and we know what they're like after, you know, a few sentences and go on from there. That's great. I like that part. But they're most free to just, you know, share what they're thinking, you know, express their views. And I like that part.
Yeah. And it does come with emotion a lot of times.
Oh, yeah. It's obviously noticeable. Lyserge, a perfect example right there. He's okay. He's stating some wonderful history, you know, and then somebody questions him. And if he's wrong in just one little bit, the guy, Grizz London, proved him wrong one time. And Jay Tudor and Uncle May, right? The three of them basically did fact checking on everything he was saying. And they caught him on one. And he would never admit it. He would never admit he was wrong. Right?
Yeah.
And he got all upset and bent out of shape. I was listening. And then it came to the point where I just came in and said, okay, you know, we have agreement here. You know, there's consensus. Do you concur? And Lyserge would not do it. He would not do it. And well, that's just his frail ego, right? His pride gets in the way.
Speaking of Uncle, where in the hell's that guy been? I hadn't seen him lately.
I saw him early this morning. Well, that's right. You're on the East Coast. Okay, I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
I saw him about 7 o'clock this morning, Central Time Zone. He was over on Steve McRae. Steve McRae, they're just a bunch of real smart science guys,
Right.
real smart science guys. But they got that little childish thing against this guy named True Empiricism, right? And that guy, he's also kind of bright, but he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He messes up a lot, but he can use those sophisticated terms. But he's not a scientist, and he comes across like he is, and he's constantly proven wrong. So that's the obvious flip side of the coin. On the one hand, man, I listen to them and I know I can follow what they're talking about. They use sophisticated terms, DNA, and this and that, and all of these fancy terms. I can follow. I don't, I can't repeat it back to them because I don't know that, but I can follow what they're saying. I can understand what they're saying. I studied a little chemistry, right? But on the flip side of that, you get very childish, go picking on this guy because he's constantly wrong. Right, so it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
I wonder if some of that comes through time and wisdom. In other words, I used to love being involved on stuff like that when I was a little bit younger. I don't know that it just depends on the topics, I guess.
Well, yeah, but it's one of those things. It's same here, right? I'm interested in it. I look into it, I listen. Well, I used to go to a library, but that's not the point. But I listen to it, and if it just doesn't catch on to the individual, well, they move on. They just move on. And Uncle May he was in the chat, and well, he saw me, and then he said hi. I said hi. We chatted a little bit, and then he went into the chat room, but he never said a word, because they were talking about this guy True Empiricism, and then getting into the sophisticated science stuff. And Uncle May had says, "Hey, I don't understand what these guys are talking about," and it is very, very sophisticated. I understand some of it, right? And if I play back the tape, look up some words, I can piece it together, right? I can piece it. But these guys have, college degrees in this stuff. That's what they specialize in. But they can't get outside of that, okay? They can't get outside of that field, if you will. Whereas here, every idea is welcome, from the scientists to the crazy daisies, as I like to call them. They're all welcome here. And that's why I like this chat best.
Yeah, me too. And I can relate to those guys in that box. I know, man, when I was growing up, I was a perfectionist. Every little tiny little thing had to be exactly right. And man, you start to learn in life that you're going to have a rough road to hoe if you don't realize that everything's not perfect, and start to go outside that box, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right. That's as far as they can go. That's as far as they can go.
Yeah.
You want to get into politics, they won't go there. They'll just talk the subject over, back to what they know. And that's where they'll stay, which is cool. I mean, it's the same small group, of people, and they're all like college educated, science and stuff like that. But if you want to talk about military tactics, music, different things that you and I can discuss, or Hank Hill and I can discuss, right? They don't go there. They don't have any. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm saying they just don't have any knowledge or interest in that because they feel very safe in what they've studied.
It's the book. I call that the bookworms syndrome.
Yeah, bookworming. Yeah, they're bookworm. Yeah, that's right. Real life experiences, no, they don't have it. They don't have it. But you do want to talk a book, formulas, this and that, okay, I can follow along. But if like someone goes in there and tries to mention something else like real world experience, they don't have a clue.
I just wondered where Uncle had been. I was talking to somebody the other day and they brought up New Zealand, and that made me think about Uncle.
Yeah. Like I said, I saw him and chatted with him a little bit, excuse me. Then he went into the panel, then he dropped out, and then he didn't post anything on the chat stream. And then a little while after that, I left myself. I had to, go to the store and get some food.
Yeah.
But that was about it. And I did mention, hey, and he said, how you guys over there? I said, you don't get sniped anymore. And he said, and, LOL, he goes, and I might come visit, okay. Yeah, and went from there.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I mean, he was okay. In my book, yeah, all that crap went on, and everybody was trying to figure out all the different stuff. It, that's cool.
But I would like, I
You
would
in
like,
here, Ronan, when they were sending trolls in this chat like just crazy. Uh, Man, they were sending them in here by the handfuls at a time.
yeah, somebody shared the link. I think they accused Bulldog 101 one time, because Bulldog was in here, and then he left, and then there was that guy Adam Dwyer and Troy Algot, Troy something Algot, Troy Edward something Algot.
Yeah, I
And
remember that.
he would send out links, and then Bob High was in here, and Big L, and they started sniping, and then they went to their group, and then this lady Kayla, or Kayla Nicole, the two same
Yeah,
person.
that Kayla, man,
Yeah,
she got us.
yeah, she went over there with them for a little while, and then would come try. It came, well, actually, it did come here and snipe the place. It shut
Yeah.
it down,
Mhm.
right? And well, she was here 2 hangouts ago, I think. But she changed her avatar, but I recognized the background and her name, and I remember the number of subscribers she had. So, and I basically called her out, and then it was the same. She was using the same wordings, right, insults and stuff. And I know she snipes the place. So I basically called her out, but Armando Vargas wants, make her another project. That's it. And I was basically talking like I'm talking to you, and the chat stream was listening. Armando was in there, and I said, "Hey, man, get her in here. She can snipe you. You like her? Go ahead. I never sniped you, but hey, they're your friends. And then well, she left.
Yeah, I think she was kind of running with the pack, I guess.
Oh yeah,
Or was she considered to be her pack, I guess.
I don't know. Well, put it this way, because it was Bob High and those group of guys, because Bob High had all the snipes in there, right? Big L, Adam Dwyer, Troy, Edward something, Algot.
Yeah.
But he had that whole group of snipes in his chat, right? In his chat. I think they dropped me because I don't get the Hangout notifications on my Google Plus page anymore. Or I don't know if he's still active or not. I don't know.
Well, I'm almost done with the nightmare over there, man. Hopefully tomorrow everything will I can shove the rest of the work on somebody else.
Oh, like
Every day, every night, man. My every awakening moment, man. Getting in the van. Hey, Dave. But getting in the van, going over there, and man, just balls to the wall, man. Everything you can imagine. I'm just trying to release it now, man, and relax.
Well, there you go. There you go. A nice little focus. You get that done. If you work hard, you party hard.
Yeah, man. 2 to 3 weeks of that hardcore like that. That's about all I can take, and then I get burnt out. I try to keep the radio going in there, man.
Oh yeah, I always like working with the radio. Matter of fact, when I was in business, right, those guys were working along, and then I just go, "Hey, how about if I set up a radio for you guys?" I said, "Yeah." So I got the speakers, well, I basically uh, uh, attached them to the ceiling, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I said, okay, if a customer comes in, because one of the departments, the division, was near customer entrance, and they could hear it, the customer. And I said, okay, and I put a shut off switch. Boom. If a customer comes in, you better shut that off, or else I take the radio away.
You know, that's strange, man. I have noticed. Well, they hired me over here to take control of this company over here, and they had bought this company here, and basically it had been running the ground by the previous owners. Anyway, they hired me in over there, and the self-esteem was so low in the maintenance crew, and they hired me in to take control of the departments and the men and get the machinery in good shape and all that. But they had seen so much and, you know, dealt with so much from the change of companies, this, that. Anyway, I just found, man, so I went to Home Depot, man, and got one of those rigid, you know, the radios they sell, like the Milwaukees and the rigid and all that. And I went and bought one on a company freaking budget too. And I put that radio up in the top of the maintenance shop, man, and just turned it down low where they could hear it, you know, when they were in the maintenance shop. And man, it's not all contributed to that by any means. I mean, I turned the entire maintenance department around and made it where, you know, it was easy for them to work and find what they needed and all that good stuff. But I mean, it just seems like music does soothe the soul.
Well, yeah, you know, it's like what is it? Safety, accuracy, and speed, right? Always refer to rule number one, because once you get rule number one and you keep it and focus on accuracy, then speed happens. And after that, after you get to speed, I call it cruising. They can do it unconsciously, you know, because it's the same routine, and that gets boring. And if you put music in the mix, right, because the music constantly changes, it distracts, it lets the mind, you know, just float around. So it's easier for the person to work, and it makes the day go faster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it works every time. You know?
Yeah, it made a big difference in there with those guys, man. I mean, they enjoyed coming in there and, you know, working on their different, you know, projects and stuff. You know, whenever a machine was broke down, man, they loved to come in there then, you know, and which, you know, helped productivity because they enjoyed. But anyway, that was interesting you said that, because it's I found that to be true.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. This guy D or lady, I don't know. D's Live wrote DeWalt. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, now we're going to favorite brand names, right?
Yeah. DeWalt, Milwaukee.
DeWalt pretty good. DeWalt pretty good. Rigid's good.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of good.
What's the other one up there? Ryobi.
Ryobi? Yeah, that's another good one. Yes.
Ryobi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, I tell you, man, that's all the different things you gotta. Anyway.
Okay.
Man.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say titties and beer. I was just gonna say titties and beer.
Titties and beer, yes, titties and beer. That helped me out right there.
I also did early on, right? It, you know, one of the things that just happened on an article about the use of colors, right? For example, the color orange is subconscious. All this is subconscious. It hunger, right? And the color red is like fast, hurry up. And the color blue, basically the color blue is time goes by quickly. So at one, well, we had obviously industrial walls, but I basically put up a big square, you know, just as sharp a lines as possible with a black border, subconscious, right? And right in the middle of it, I put a clock, right? So the person looks at the clock, what time is it, right? And then the blue works on the subconscious saying, oh, it's going by fast.
You know, that's crazy you bring that up. Do you know what my number one prerequisite was for playing on stage?
What's that?
And I have actually denounced, in other words, I've told them I would not even play if they didn't give it to me. I have to have a blue light on me on stage, or else don't ask me why. It may, some of it may be created in my mind. I don't know. But through the years, man, I noticed that when they had an amber or a red or green was kind of okay, dark green, but the blue light, man, something about it makes me get into the music.
Right.
So well.
Yes. It's a relaxing color. Well, green is more relaxing, but the blue is like the time goes quickly. It's like easier effort, so it works on your subconscious mind, and when you're playing, you just get into that zone. And like you said before, that it feels like I played 30 minutes, and it's like 4 hours into the set. It's like,
yeah. And isn't blue been proven to be seen further than any other color? That's why they use it on the airport landing strips.
oh yeah, oh yeah. It's like I said, that's the way it works on the mind, which is very good. Like yourself, right? I have a blue light, just making sure it's blue, and then you feel much more comfortable. You're at ease. If it
I
was
play
red,
better.
yeah. If it was red, right, it was like hurry up. You're forced. You're pushed.
The red is real bad for me. I never knew why. I just know, man, if they put red on me, I immediately tell them, you get that damn thing off of me, man. Don't
Right.
put that damn red light on me.
Yeah. Well, don't put it this way. You went about it naturally, and that's why you told them, hey, I'm comfortable with blue. Just to make sure it's blue. And okay.
Yeah, whenever they were set, anytime they ever set up stage, which Donnie was one guy that always knew that. So I mean, whenever I was jamming with those guys, he'd tell the guys setting up the light trees, whatever you do, man, put blue on that guy over there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It works. It works. It really does work. Yeah. But
Even if it's psychological, it just works.
oh yeah. Yeah. It's like like our monthly statements. The early days, right? They'd send an envelope out, plain, standard business size envelope, plain white, right? And then I told the marketing department, well, the billing department actually. I said, okay, I want to use simple 3x5 cards, right? Because the business thing, the 3 months, 1, 2, 3 months, and then another 3 months, and then you send registered letters, then you take them to court, the whole story, right? And I told my senior officer, hey, look, we can save a lot just by sending out a simple postcard. And he said, I don't think that will work. I said, look, I'll fund it. We'll see. I'll fund it for 3 months, right? And he said, no, don't worry about it, right? Because he kind of like realized, this kid's smart, right? And it's not my, it was not my original job, but I just came up with it, and versus spending, it was $1.05 total, right, minus labor, right, just for the paper and stamps and envelopes and that process, right? I got it down to the price of basically a postcard and a 20-cent stamp, which is probably a total of, I think it was 32 cents, 33 cents, as I recall. And it worked.
Yeah.
But the color was yellow, right? It was a canary yellow. I picked canary yellow because that's curiosity. And in the back of the mind, when they look at it, they're curious. It's yellow and black letters, right?
There is a lot of truth to that.
Oh yeah, they're curious. They're not orange, because orange makes you hungry, but yellow, the color yellow, it's curiosity.
Yep.
And it makes a person curious. It's yellow. It stands out.
Yeah,
Right.
I noticed something also when I was in business. I owned and operated a top automotive repair shop here in town while I did my regular industry job. It was rough, but I did it for 9 years. And I started noticing every time we'd hand a business card out to every customer, when they would bring their card and I'd say, hey man, that didn't go in their wallet. That went in the seat, down in the floor. It went here, went there. And I said, what would happen if I started laminating my business cards? They would probably think of it more as a license and put it in their wallet. And
Good
so
idea.
I started laminating the business cards, and man, almost, and I kind of did my own poll thing, after about 3 or 4 months. I'd say, well, how'd you hear about us, and did you hear about us, on the radio talk show, or did you hear about us here or there? And they'd say, believe it or not, man, when I came down there to get a price, you handed me this card and I had it in my wallet. But I never heard that before I laminated those damn cards.
Good idea.
That was, yeah, you just figure all that out as you go, man. But yeah, I gotta have blue on me on stage running, or I'm useless.
Yep. But I mean that works. I mean, well, there's some guys, right? They love it red, right? Because It's like
Yeah. The other guys, man, they were fine with, most guys I played with, they didn't give a shit what color was on them and all that. It's probably more psychological for me. I don't know. I just found that I could get into the material so much better with that blue, and it was consistent too. I mean, every time I had a blue light, and then so eventually, I just wouldn't do anything without that damn light, man.
Oh yeah. Once you establish that recipe, if you will, once you establish that basic recipe, stick to it. I mean, there's no other way around it anymore. Because once you get all the factors right where you need them to feel most comfortable, that's the only thing that you should not change is the recipe. Obviously, the venue might change. The music might change. You don't know what else might change. The weather, it could be cold, could be hot. But so long as that basic recipe is there, it works every time, no matter what.
Yeah. And in the studio, a lot of times I'll light candles and have a blue light in there, and it's the mood. You set the mood for everybody. It seems like everybody operates better under a calm mood.
Yeah. Yes. That people are relaxed. They can focus on it. They don't feel rushed.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but when I was like in early high school, I discovered hypnosis and the effects that suggestion has on people, and I started doing these experiments in my garage, and it was something simple like put a smiley face without the eyes and nose on the door and test people's strength, like how many pounds they could hold up a certain way, and believe it or not, they could almost lift twice as much with the horseshoe going up as they could with it going down.
Wow. That's interesting.
So that's what you guys are talking about. The influence that your surroundings or the ambience has on you.
Right. Myself is on our exit doors, right under the handle, right across there, and just over the door, I put thank you, or just thank you. In the outside of the door where they're coming in, right over the door, it said welcome. Just one word, welcome. Right. And the idea was that, you can feel comfortable here, even if you're so-called rushed because I need this part in a hurry. Welcome, come in. And then we talk to them. And then they pick up on it. And then they'd, sign the ticket, pay us, and they'd be leaving out the door. And obviously, we're not thinking about the door because we're focused on something else. But as soon as they're going for that handle, they see that word right there. Thank you.
Yes.
It works. And it works because it's just, and then later on, I realized some other places that I went to, they kind of, I don't know, they didn't get it from us. I'm sure of that. But if you go into most places, you won't see that. You won't see that. You won't see the word welcome or thank you. It works. It works. It's like, it's just basically reinforcing the position of the corporation to actually serve the customer.
Yep. And there's so little of that nowadays too. I've noticed so little.
Oh yeah. Outside we had a portico, outside the front, we had a portico, right? And had columns, right? And then I told, staff meetings, I came up with the idea because that's the way we did it, right? Come up with the idea and everybody is welcome to challenge it. I said, look, what I want to do is post flags out there, the U.S. flag and Texas flag, right? And I want to post them every day. And then one of the, I forget what department it was, but they asked, why do we want to do that? Well, first of all, we're Americans. And secondly, if you look up and down the road here, because there was a bunch of businesses on the road we were on, it was business district. And if you notice, none of them have flags. So if you're driving back and forth every day, like going to work, you just see the same thing all the time, the same building. You recognize them, and then after a while, you just forget about them. But if one day you're just driving by and you see those flag wavings, you're gonna think two things. You're basically gonna think two things. What is that waving? And when you see it, you're gonna be reminded, this is America. This is Texas. Right. And after we started, about a year later, like 6 other businesses started doing the very same thing. It was cool.
Ronan, there's a lot of truth to that. When I first opened up my business, man, I went and got those different colored flags and tied them up on top of my buildings because I was in a curve, and the people had a tendency to look in the curve and not look at my building. So I put those flags out there to wave around in the wind, man, and man, it worked.
It works.
I watched them drive by after I put the flags up because I was watching them before, and I was like, man, they're not even looking over here. And it made them look every time, man. And I believe that was another contributing factor that brought me in some business.
Yep. Yeah. Another thing I came up with, right, was our trash days were Mondays and Thursdays. Okay. Mm-hmm. So every Monday and Thursday, right, everybody got in there. Okay, everybody up, grab a broom, right? And I would ask, anybody got a driver's license? Yeah. Well, broom, get them, right? And so everybody, and we literally, our street was like 4 lanes, with 2 lanes, parking, and 2 lanes both ways, right? And I'd have them sweep the street, right, and the one business over and the other business over. We'd sweep there too, right? And then, wind, it was trash, it would build up, and it was always neat, very neat there in the front, and the other businesses, they wouldn't do it. They were busy doing something, but I made them make the time hey, we're going to do this. Why is that? Because if you imagine it, if all the road is like littered because the wind came through yesterday, day before, and a bunch of trash all over the place, and all of a sudden they're driving down the road and they see this real clean area.
I'm gonna say that's why you got your promotions at work running, because you thought outside the box.
I contributed. Yeah, I was thinking, like, hey, look, let's do this, like constantly.
Absolutely.
Oh, at one point, I'm not bragging, but at one point, I went out to the senior officer and I said, hey, look, I want you to figure out how much we use in terms of dollars on average per month. And all of those profits, put them into CDs if it's over X percentage, but the difference, just put it into the savings account because that's what you use for paying federal taxes, blah, blah. You know the routine, right? And it come to find out that within a year, just on the interest accumulated, right, the difference of the interest accumulated saved $2,000. We made $2,000, and the standard operating cost, labor, obviously supplies, everything was already factored. But just the difference, right, putting that money into it, just a savings account, right, made $2,000 in 1 year.
Yeah.
My senior officer, he's a whiz. I mean, he was a genius person, right? And he figured it out. He said, hey, I want to tell you something. Yes, sir. Man, we made $2,000. Oh, okay, good. Walked off. Didn't care. We made it. And then went on from there. Like
those are the reasons, Ronan, because you were tuned into those things.
Oh yeah, I mean,
your average worker. I'm not saying that's negative. That's a very positive, but their minds are usually focused on other things, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they come in. I want to do my job. I got to see my girlfriend after work, or feed the family, or this or that. I had to feed my family, obviously, but if I was working, well, just focus on it and try to think of more efficient ways of running the corporation, and that was the focus when I was at work. Well, when I went home, well, hey, I'm at home now. Take care of the family, but that was my focus there, and it's like I could do that, but some people like they bring their private lives into work. We have a lot of these young bucks in there. Want to call the girlfriend during the break and stuff like that. I never called the wife, during break, unless it was something important, right? I'd call her right during lunch break, or
right.
But it wasn't like I have to call my girlfriend today, every day, all the time.
Yeah, I usually tried to. Most of the time, there was a place for me to go away from issues that may or may not bother me. In other words, I could focus on things at work.
Right. I had to mention that to a couple of guys. Say, look, man, their problems at home are not going to be fixed here, and you can't control what's going to happen until you're there. So if you focus on this, you'll have a rested mind when you go home, and you can focus on it better. and it worked for those two guys. Everybody else, some of them listened, some of them didn't. You know how that goes. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. It works. It works. You keep them motivated like that.
That's interesting when Hank kicked in there. I mean, you know, I think everybody's experienced that psychological effect of things that make them perform, you know, more poorly or better, you know, for whatever the reasons are. That's never ceased to amaze me, those things like that. And you know, the blue light thing. And then I noticed, you know, when I was playing music, you know, I never noticed it before. And then, you know, flying out of the airport, I was like, hey man, I wonder why that, and then, you know, wonder why they're using blue. And then I looked that up one time and it said blue can be seen further than any other color, but you wouldn't think it would, because it's kind of, it just seems, you know, it doesn't seem like it would be the color that you could see the farthest away.
Well, yes, but if you think about it, when you go outside in the daylight, you look at the sky, and what color is that?
Well, that's true.
Blue. So you can see further. So basically, subconsciously, you're looking, as they say, into the heavens. You can see further. It's a psychological thing. Like I said, the color blue, like for you, right? You didn't know why you preferred the color blue, but you just knew it made you feel better.
Yeah, I've always had a problem analyzing myself more than analyzing external people or external things. But then I look in on myself, something like that blue light. I never could figure out why. I just knew it to be.
It vibrates at a higher frequency, so like red and orange will be like all over buffets, so you like hurry up and get out.
Yep, right, exactly right. The orange is you're hungry, you put more on your plate. The red is hurry up and eat so you can leave. We got more people coming in. That's why they use those colors. You see what we just discussed, the use of colors, that others, those scientists over there, they just talk math and equations but they would never have discussed things like this. Never.
Yeah, exactly, Ronan. And that's where, well, that ties into what you were talking about, you know, what I call the bookworms. I don't think that they can open up for those types of things.
Oh,
a
no,
lot of times anyway.
No, they feel out of place because they've never studied it. So that's all they really have. Not that they're less or better people. It's just that their focus is really within a certain idea, you know, just a small, well, very, very bright range, right? And then that's very good, but they can't step outside of that. And that's okay. I mean, we need people like that. You know, they're important, but they can't be allowed to try to so-called manage people. Like yourself, right? I mean, you ran a corporation. You know, you had to deal with people. I ran a corporation. I had to deal with people too, but it was not like, you know, I was going to go super sophisticated, tell them exactly what a modulus of elasticity is and the numbers behind it initially, because it'd be too far above their heads. And I knew enough to slowly bring them in. We had this one guy come in, right, and it's a Bernier micrometer. I don't know if you ever used them. Yeah, that bar.
Yeah.
And I said, oh man, I showed him, oh, this is a standard micrometer. It's all, you know, 1 inch increments. The classic C micrometer.
That's a 0 to 1.
The Starrett, man, my favorite brand.
Yeah, Starrett was good.
Oh man, that's it. I still got the original one.
That quality anymore.
Oh no, it doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't. Anyway, the Vernier micrometer. I was talking to this one guy, and I said, "Hey man, we can measure it down." And I showed him, you know, the wire. You know, we went down to 6 thousandths of an inch. That's about approximately 2 human hairs side by side. And I said, "You can even measure human hair." And he looked at me in disbelief, and I said, "Yeah, pluck a hair out of your head, you know, and here you go. Here's some light, you know, and you can measure it. Zero it, check your zero, open it up, and just touch it, and you can measure it." He measured it, he freaked out. he was stunned. This kid was stunned, right? And anyway, he went on, you know, he worked, but he was a college kid, so he was there for like, I think 4 months or something like that. Doing a part-time job, and okay, you know, the college kid, you know, he was just between, you know, courses or whatever he was doing, but he was just freaked out.
You know, another thing I noticed too, which was real psychological, but man, did it work. So when I first started my business in the front two offices, I had short desk. So when the customers would come in to talk to me, they'd be looking down at me. And man, I noticed that they were more aggressive. And I analyzed myself, you know, dealing with the public. I analyzed myself over and over again. I said, what is the freaking deal? Why? You know, because I always carried myself in a way to where I usually did not get that, you know, just a little more aggression, just talking about their problem with their vehicle.
Right.
And I was like, man, where is this coming from? And it hit me one day, man, damn, I'm going to build a custom tall foyer thing that I'm not sure the terminology for it. Matter of fact, that's part of my studio now. I pulled it out of my business when I shut my doors. But it was a tall cabinet with the slots and everything for my paperwork built. But I had a buddy of mine come down and custom do it for the shop. And so in other words, when they came in, then they were slightly looking up to me. And all of that stuff stopped.
Right. Right.
They weren't looking down on me anymore. They were slightly looking up, and the counter was tall.
Yes.
And man, it's psychological, but everything went smoother after that. It's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, it's exactly what we had in our corporation, right? When the customers came in, right? Well, the offices were back, right? They were back, you know, a ways, right? But the customer service area, right? It was a counter. It was a counter. They'd come in and they start talking, and then my personnel, right? Because I moved them around, right? I had permanent duty personnel there, and then some of the everybody had to do everything. Well, cross train, you know, because they like I said, break that monotony, right? Because they were already skilled, and they were listening to music, and well, you challenge them some more, right? And I had them work with the regular so-called counter people. Right, and everybody had to stand up. Everyone had to stand up, right, when you're dealing with the customers. There's, I mean, tables behind there, right, to fill out the orders, do whatever, math, anything, right. But the customers come in and they would have to be standing. They'd have to be standing, and then our employees would stand also. And you're right, it does work. I just set it up because I felt it was more convenient. Right, but I think you made a great point there, where they have to look down at you if their car is, you know, messing up, you know, whatever, battery, I don't know, muffler went bad, and they're mad. Hurry up, do this, hurry up, and they're talking down. But that's a very good point.
It flipped me out, you know, because they were already frustrated with the, you know, problems with their vehicles, this, that, and the other, and especially in the summer months when it was hot and their AC wasn't working. And man, they would come in and they would use you as their.
I can imagine. You know, it now. I can imagine it now.
Hey guys, hello.
Hey, Dave. Hello, Dave.
What's up?
Hey,
what's
man.
Up, Dave?
I was having a nice conversation with Alpha Wolf. he's too scared to come on here. He's too scared. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the way we work here. That we
come on up,
voice our differences on here rather than on the text chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, buddy, man. Paul. Exactly. But Alpha's too scared to do that. That's why he's hiding away now. He's too scared.
He'll come out of it.
He's just a little boy. He's just a little boy.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. I've been up since 4 a.m. It's fucking it's 6 a.m. here. I've been up since 4 a.m.
Wow, 6. Let's see. It's just now a little after 1 a.m. here.
Midnight.
Midnight where you are, Hank?
Yep.
That's 1 hour off from me.
Sorry, my speaker ain't working right. Just give me a sec.
That's Dave. Crystal just asked, "Who is that?" And I said, "That's Dave." Oh, well,
Yeah, that's me. That's me, Crystal.
yeah, she thought it was.
I thought you'd heard my voice before.
Yeah, she says she remembers now.
I'm having a lot of trouble with the microphone. I can hear you guys, but sometimes the microphone won't work. It's to do with it's nothing to do with the actual microphone. It's to do with the connection in the laptop. But it's working fine now.
Yeah, it could be the jack.
Yeah, it is the jack. It's the jack that's fucked. I'm gonna have to get a new laptop soon. But I have no fucking money because I spent all my money on my son for fucking Christmas.
I remember. How did he like
So it's
that?
gonna be.
Did he like that Gibson guitar?
Oh, buddy, he absolutely loves it. He's
Man, when
he's
you
never
said-
fucking left it.
Yeah, when
He
you
keeps
said
playing it
Gibson,
all the time.
yeah, I bet he loved that, man.
Fucking loves it. He was seeing Boxing Day. He was at my ex-wife's.
Uh-huh.
She had custody, so he was out there, and he sent me a couple of like kind of things on his iPhone,
Uh-huh.
showing me he's learning chords and everything. Well, I mean, he can play an acoustic guitar, so it's the same sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
So
Yes.
he's battering away trying to learn new chords and everything. Oh, it's fantastic.
That's
The
fantastic.
best thing I ever done. Best thing I ever done was getting him a guitar, a proper guitar, no an acoustic, and a fucking electric. Because I want him to be a rock star so I can live, so I don't need to work anymore.
Well, you never know, man. Well, and the enjoyment that'll bring to him, Dave, in his life, he'll always remember that.
Oh, I know, man. It's the best gift I've ever got him. I mean, I've got him gifts obviously before, but this is the best one I've ever got him. And through help with my sister, I got it, and the amp and everything. And it cost us a lot of money, but fucking who cares? It's my son.
Hey, man,
He deserves it.
that's right, man. That's fantastic. Now you say you got him an amp too. Do you remember what kind of amp?
Yeah,
it was?
yeah. I got the guitar. The guitar arrived first, and the amp arrived a couple of days later.
Do you remember what brand the
Oh.
amp was?
Oh God, Zildjian maybe.
Oh, Zildjian.
I've got no idea, to be honest, because see the amp was. I never paid for the amp. My sister paid for the amp because it was too much. I mean,
Okay.
after the guitar was so much that I couldn't afford the amp.
Yeah.
So my sister paid for the amp. So
Yeah, man. That's good that you
I
got
don't
that
know
Gibson,
the
though.
make of the amp.
That's okay.
Aye, I mean it's cracking. He fucking loves it. He's never off it. I mean,
That's
it used to be the piano. He was always on, but now I've got him this. He's never off it. Which
You know,
is great.
the guitar is crazy, man. It's like it's a tool for him to express himself, you know.
Yeah, exactly, buddy. I mean, I can play the piano, but for some reason I can't play the guitar. I don't know why. Because see the piano and the guitar are pretty similar when you think about it. See the chords and the changes and everything.
Yes.
They're pretty similar.
I like doing piano
But yet
style
I can't play the
chords on
guitar. I mean, I
Yeah.
love the piano so much. I'll never ever leave it. But I can't play the guitar. I've tried. But I mean, I can do a couple of chords, you know, but I can't play it properly.
Yeah, well, hey, everybody's got their thing, man. The piano is a tool for you.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with that. I've always played the piano or keyboard or whatever, and to me, that's my favourite instrument.
Yeah, man. I started out playing piano.
I would love to be able to play the guitar. Really, I mean, I would love to be able to play the guitar.
Yeah, I think for me,
But
when it all got started and I started playing guitar, you know, it was just that era of time. It was like, hey, man, you know, and it just seemed so cool and great. And
yeah, the guitar's to me the guitar's the coolest instrument you can learn to play, man. I mean, you can do blues, you can do anything.
yeah,
I mean, a couple of strings, that's all you need. You don't even need the 6 strings. You can compose a song with 3 fucking strings.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, you sure can.
I mean, when you think about it. I mean,
Sure.
there's 6 strings. I mean, you can get the 12 strings and all that, but what I'm saying is there's 6 strings in a guitar, but you don't need all 6.
That's
You
right.
can compose a song with 3.
Yep.
I mean, that's how the blues started. And I still say that's the best guitar you'll ever hear, is the blues.
Yeah,
It doesn't
man.
matter who it is, Sonny Boy. It could be Howlin' Wolf. It could be Muddy Waters.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of belief
You
that.
hear that guitar squeal.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of musicians that believe.
That's the sort of stuff I wish I could play.
I think most styles derived off the blues.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is Irish folk music moved over to America
Yeah.
and interpreted by the blacks because they were what's the word? Because they were
Oppressed.
you know what I mean. Because they were like undesirable.
Yeah.
They decided to merge gospel with folk and create blues.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I grew up with that. My dad's got loads of, or my dad had loads all blues records. Muddy Waters, Sonny Boy Williamson,
Oh, Muddy Waters,
Howlin' Wolf.
man. Hell yeah, man. Muddy Waters.
I mean, he grew up. I mean, my father was born during the Blitz, World War II.
Right.
He was born in 1941. Well, all the houses in his street were getting bombed by the Germans.
Yes.
And when he was about 15, he collected all these. I mean, my father, my mother was his second wife, so he was a he. Oh God, I'm telling you my fucking life story.
That's okay, man. Go ahead.
Oh well. Anyway, my father was married twice. His first wife was in London, and he collected all these old 48s and 33s, Buddy Holly and
Oh,
Howlin'
yeah.
Wolf, Muddy Waters, Smokey, what do you call him, Sonny Boy Williamson.
Were you getting ready to say Smokey Robinson?
Smokey Robinson was later.
Yeah, he
Oh, my
came
dad,
later. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, my dad died. It was the 14th of December, and see the amount of LPs. I can tell you, buddy, it would fill an entire room.
Yeah.
It is huge. I mean, there's at least 3,000 LPs, and there's loads of singles as well. I mean, see the singles in eight tracks. He's got
Wow.
loads of 8 tracks as well. He's got 8 tracks of Buddy Holly. He's got 8 tracks of Chuck Berry. He's got 8 tracks of David Bowie. He's got 8 tracks of God knows who. There's at least 30. Eight tracks. So
loved
you plug
music.
into your car. Aye, I mean, I grew up with that. I grew up with music. That's why I learned to play, because I grew up with it.
Yeah.
My mother and my father, especially my father. Just basically, he didn't force music on me, but he encouraged me.
Yeah, man.
And I do
That's
that
great.
with my son because I want him to enjoy music the way I do,
Absolutely,
and he
man.
does.
That's fantastic. I can
Oh,
remember.
it's fucking.
I can remember when my father bought me my first guitar, man. I mean, I've still got. I think, you know, I've designed my own guitars now, so, but I still have the one he bought me when I was 14, 15, I think. Yeah, it's
The acoustic guitar that I got was from my father, and I gave it to my son because for some reason I don't know why, buddy. I've got no idea. I just can't play the guitar. I've got no idea why.
hey, it's not for
I
everybody,
mean,
man.
I can play the piano. I mean, I can play the piano no problem, but I struggle. I don't know why. I mean, I wish I could fucking play it, but I don't know why. I mean, I can play a couple of chords here and there, but
Hey, man, that's like anything you've you know hung out with more. You've hung out more with the piano. You're more comfortable with it.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I grew up with that. I mean, I went to lessons and everything for the piano, and my piano teacher, she was amazing. I
Yeah,
mean,
mine was.
not. I didn't fancy her or anything. She was just a great woman.
You liked
And
her
she was in her
day.
50s, I think.
You liked her.
I suppose I did in a wee bit. I suppose I did in a wee bit. But she was in her 50s and I was only a teenager, so I don't know.
Is that what you
Yeah,
meant
man.
by you'd have sex with
No,
anyone? Did you hit that shit?
she taught me the chords in
I bet she did teach you the
such a
chords.
beautiful way, and you know I can't explain it. It's I would be here all day trying to explain how she taught me the chords.
You
She
just.
done
Well,
it
I can
was
explain
so
it. I think she
easy.
taught you how to tune the G string.
Oh, I remember her now, man. Oh God, she must be about 70 now.
Uh-huh.
No, she was great. She was a great teacher.
You know, music, man, is I have gotten off the beaten path of life because of my love for music. I can't count the times in my life. Just man, I mean,
Yeah,
so I mean,
anytime I'm depressed, I'll tinkle the ivories. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It it soothes you. I'm sure
yes,
you're the same. When you pluck the strings,
oh yeah,
it soothes you. It soothes you. You don't think about your problems. You just try and create something. You try and create a sound.
yeah, man. I love going to that place.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Buddy, see, to be honest, I fucking love it, and I need to do it more because I haven't got a piano in the house. I've got a keyboard, but it's hid away, and I don't play it as much as I should. I should do it more
Yeah, I think so too,
'cause I
man.
love it.
You need to
I
do
love
things
it.
you can connect with. You know,
I mean, I've learned loads of tunes. I mean, I can't read music. If you put sheet music up to me, it's nonsense. I mean, my son can read music, which I'm glad, but I can't read music.
I
I
can't.
only go with ear. I copy. I mean, I
Yeah,
can tell what the chords are when I hear it
I play
on a
strictly by
piano.
ear now, mostly myself.
Yeah, I mean, I can't read music. I've never been able to do it, but I can copy. I can tell what the chords are when I hear them.
That's cool, man, because it's all about learning those different inflections and incorporating it into what you enjoy doing.
Yeah, man. That's the way I've always been. I've always copied rather than you know, composing my own stuff. I doubt I could ever compose my own stuff because maybe I could. I don't know, because I could never write it down. You know, I could never write the notes down.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. I mean, I've tried a couple of openings. You know, like
Yeah.
a couple of opening chords to a song
Yeah.
through the piano, but I can't compose a song because I can't read music.
Get you a bass guitar, man.
I can't play bass guitar. The only instruments I can play are piano, saxophone, and flute. I've tried violin, but that's too
But
hard.
if my left brain ass can play bass guitar, then surely you can too.
I can't play bass guitar, Hank. I know bass guitar is pretty simple when you think about it, but I don't know what it is. See, with me and the strings, I'm all over the place, and yet you put me in front of a piano, and I'm fine. I just don't know what it is. I don't know why I can't play guitar or bass guitar or whatever. I don't
It's
know
not
why.
for everybody, man. That's why they have
Yeah,
all
I
the
know.
different
I don't. I just don't know why I can't play it. I mean, I've tried. Don't get me wrong. I've tried, but I
Yeah,
just
but if
can't play it for some reason.
you take a guitar player and put him in front of a piano, Dave, he can't play that either. You know? So it's just what you're accustomed to and what you have spent time with, you know, probably.
Yeah, man. It's 6:20 in the morning, so I think I've had a sleep, but I think I need to get an hour sleep. So I'm going to leave you guys. You enjoy the rest of your night, okay?
Okay, Dave, man, we'll see you later.
Lovely talking to you, buddy. You're a good guy. Lovely talking to you and all, Hank.
Okay, Dave.
Take care,
Right, pal.
Dave. Take care.
Right, cheerio. Cheerio, Ronan.
Well, I'm kind of thinking, should I go to bed or should I keep playing?
Keep playing.
Yep, put me down for the long haul. I'm gonna keep playing.
What, you find a new game, or are you up on points?
I got Titanfall. I'm doing better now.
All right, zoning. You're zoning.
Trying to.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, Hank Hill. I watched you play that other day. Man, you know, everything's moving crazy all over the place so fast. It's like, oh man, it's confusing to me. You know, I don't know. I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
It is hard to keep up with sometimes.
Well, yeah, but I remember that one time I was just observing, and then you said, "Hey, I haven't played this game, and I'll get it in about an hour or something." You said about an hour, and it's like 20 minutes later, man, you were already like, you know, moving. It's like, whoa.
Well, I think I have an advantage over most people because my PC is a little higher end, not super high, but it's better than some. And I think that's why I'm halfway good. So I always score about medium. I'm never really above average on anything I do, except
Yeah,
for maybe
yeah, but I think
driving.
no, But I think you mentioned that these other guys do it all day long. I mean, you have a life, and their life is just focused on playing the game all the time. So I would expect that they'd be better, yes, you know. But if you're just playing medium and you're playing, you know, you're competitive against those guys, that does a lot for you. I mean, if those guys are living that every day, oh, of course they're going to get better, you know. But either way,
Fucking right. Don't read the chat, Ronan. Don't read the chat. Don't do it.
I'm responding. I'm responding, please.
They're wanting you to break out that sax, man.
Not going to happen, man. I'm not ready. Really, I'm not ready. I can play the same tune I played last time, but I'm working on the other tunes, and I'm just not. I'm not comfortable with it. You know, I don't have my so-called blue light on. You know, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Hey, I completely understand that. No problem with the blue light. Ray really knows how to word things, doesn't he? Did you read that, Ronan?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I'm going to chase him down here. I'm typing something up. Don't worry, don't worry. He's not going to be able to get anywhere. You know, he's cornered. So long as he stays in this chat stream, he's cornered. He's not going to get.
Right. You're welcome, man.
I used to listen to Young Turks all the time, and then I start. Well, let me rephrase. I used to listen to the Young Turks to get their point of view, to listen to their side of the story, because he seemed to be pretty open-minded, and I liked him, but I didn't like his crew, and I would kind of sometimes get on there and talk shit about his crew, but I liked him. I liked what he always had to say. He always, seemed pretty cool to me, but the other guys, I didn't like them too much, including the girl.
You know, Hank, when I first even found out about that, what's his name, Sink?
Yeah.
The main guy there. He, I kind of checked him out for a little while, man, a while back, and he kind of seemed okay to me. And then I was watching more and more, and then they had, during the election year, I was watching some videos, man, and man, in other words, he held a certain criteria when I had seen him before, and he talked about subjects in a decent, what I perceived as a decent manner, and I was kind of like, but man, once I really figured out where his head was at, man, I couldn't run with it. And since then, I went to TYT just to kind of see what was going on. It's not my cup of tea, man. I don't see things the way that, well, the people in chat definitely, man. They're and where I'm at in my life, they're just way out there for me and what I've experienced in my life. and the way I view life now. I just almost can't relate to anybody in there. There's a few cool people in the chat, but yeah, checking out the crew, and the more I listen to that girl and the guys he's got on there, that girl's always on there. I don't know what her name is, but I don't know, man. I just don't see things the way they see them. I can't deny it to myself. But to each his own, you know. I mean, that's what it's all about, I guess. But I don't know. The way I kind of see it all is the methods I hear them talk about and what they consider to be, you know, the right or wrong way of, you know, looking at things. The way I see that is the things I hear them talk about is what's been going on that I'm not real happy about. So I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, I can feel you there. I tried to check the guys out, but I don't know, man. I ended up not agreeing with anything in there.
First thing I heard
Almost
about was
nothing.
marijuana, so I was like,
Oh
okay,
yeah,
yeah, these guys, you know, they seem to be left. And at the time, I was observing left and right mainstream media to kind of figure out what the middle was.
yeah.
Now I don't observe any of it.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of the way I saw it all. Hank, for me, was both parties were corrupt, and they were all part of the, you know, big payoff deal and lining everybody's pocket. You know, not, you know, not every branch of DC. I'm just saying in general. I just kind of, you know, I was watching at the things that were going on through the years, and I was like, man, what is up? What is up? And then finally, I kind of learned, you know, hey, fuck, both sides are selling us out. You know what I mean? And I just got tired of all of it together. I can't say. Well, I'll say this: in the earlier years, I pretty much believed, you know, pretty much what I believed at that time, and I think more so on an honest realm what a Republican was. But then, man, it's like I didn't agree with a lot of stuff, you know, going on with them either, you know, as time went by. And I was like, man, what? So I really wasn't for either party. I was for somebody shoot me straight what's going on. And that's what I want to run with, because this is all lies and bullshit. And that's what I was looking for. So.
Well, if you're looking for lies and bullshit, mainstream media is where you need to be.
That's right. And the other thing, I think, since the election has happened, I popped in there real quick a couple of times, man, and all they were doing was just coming up with these titles against Trump, you know, and just talking, just everything the guy's trying to do, you know, it's wrong, and his family's all involved now, and you know, they're tying in and weaving in their agenda into. And I don't agree with that either. No matter which side's doing it, I don't tie all that stuff in, man. Let's see what's gonna. In other words, history will tell. You know, I mean, history's gonna tell, and so we'll all know if Trump does A, B, or C. We're all gonna know because it's gonna be history. But anyway, yeah, man. I can't see things. The more and more I listen to them, I was like, whoa, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. So, you know. But yeah, the weed thing, I heard him talk about that a lot.
Yeah, I'm all for the legalization, decriminalization of marijuana, and also declassification of a Schedule 1 narcotics with no medical benefit, yet the U.S. government has the most medical patents on marijuana.
I don't know the specifics, but no, I did not know that. I kind of figured that, though.
I just see it as a victimless crime for the most part. Now, I'm not talking about drug cartels being, totally innocent, but on the consumption level, it's a victimless crime. And cops say that they don't care about the nickels and dimers. They want to go after the big guys. But yet the books show like 80% of the people they bust are nickels and dimers.
Yeah, wow, that's very true. And I think varying from state to state, I don't really believe. Okay, it's against the law, so if you want to look at it like that, that's fine. But I don't believe they should really be treated like criminals. I mean, I understand they're not taxing the weed, and so it's against the law and blah blah blah. But I don't know, man. It's such a controversial subject in so many ways. I'll put it to you this way: in my lifetime, I'm not talking about the stuff they got out there now where they spray it and they do this and that. And the weed that was around when I was growing up, I never watched weed. I never saw anybody do any real crazy stuff off of weed. But boy, when they drank liquor or drank alcohol or did any other drug, anything goes at any moment. But I never saw the weed thing make anybody do, crazy stuff or anything.
That's why it's a victimless crime. Because at the consumption level, at the nickel and dime level, the people that are consuming, it's pretty obvious to me that it's pretty harmless. I mean, the worst thing about marijuana is the marijuana laws, in my opinion.
And you know what, Hank? There's the subject when it gets into should they legalize it? That's always been a tough one for me because I know everybody does not think the way I do, like, the old saying, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. I don't know what psychologically what that would do. I don't know that I've been torn on that one through the years because I don't know. I just wouldn't want to legalize pot and then everybody go, hey man, it's all legal. I just wish everybody was real laid back if they did legalize it and just didn't run with it. You know what I'm saying? But you don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of things that come into play when that happens too in society as a whole, because everybody's different and they react to things differently and they think about them differently. And so I don't know, man. I've always been torn on that one, but never saw weed make anybody do anything just crazy, But every other drug, including alcohol, I've seen it all,
Well, marijuana doesn't make you lose your inhibitions. So normally you wouldn't drive crazy, but you drink some alcohol, and what are you going to do? You're going to drive crazy because you don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't sleep with the football team. So you drink some alcohol, what are you going to do? You're going to sleep with the football team,
Hey, in your state, Hank, have they come up with anything that the police can use to see if anybody has smoked pot?
Not that I'm aware of. There are blood tests that they can force upon you, which I don't recommend you go all the way and actually make them force. You better just give them your blood. But as far as high on the spot, I don't think so.
Now, see, Hank, that's where I'm raised different, man. They're not going to force that on me, brother. They may force me in jail, but they won't force that on me. And my life speaks for itself. I have stood for those exact things in my life. Trust me. Now, if drinking, okay, but you're not going to force a blood test on me. That is crossing the line for so many different reasons, man. Nah, go ahead and put me in jail, man. You're not doing that shit to me.
Yeah, me and Ronan were kind of talking about something similar to that earlier. We were talking about, what line, will you allow them to cross? How far will you bow, to the queen or whatnot, or to the president, or to the judge who rules on your case?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? What's your limit? You know?
Well, I could speak of my life experiences and what I've stood for, and I have actually been in situations in my life that the law was not doing its job, and I had to break the law in order to make things correct. Now, I don't really want to get up into the specifics of that. That was under mostly domestic law. When I saw most of those things happen, I had to stand my ground, you know, regardless of what the law said, because on the other side of the tracks, they weren't doing a damn thing about the real things that were wrong, you know. So, and that's kind of the way I feel about, you know, okay, you know, they're going to force upon you a blood test if they think you may have smoked one. Nah, man.
I watched this documentary about them legalizing pot in Washington State, and they said that the driving while intoxicated limit was like 5% THC, which is ridiculous because you can smoke a joint the night before and wake up the next morning and be totally sober and have 8% THC. So they're still getting money out of it. They're still getting money out of us. But, you know, driving while intoxicated is totally different on pot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
As long as you smoke frequently. Now, if you're like 16 and smoking weed and driving, no, not good. But if you smoke consistently, you build up a tolerance.
Yeah. I tried to veer off this subject, but your question to me actually was, how far would I cross that line? I'll tell you how far I crossed that line, and I'll tell you one quick situation. Ex-wife's husband kept doing something to my kids, man. And I took him to court. It got on the docket 2 months later, thousands of dollars every time. This went on for several years. And it happened one time when I picked up my kid, and he got to crying and told me what was going on. And I'd had enough, man. That was it. So I called their lawyer, called my lawyer, called the police department. I said, hey, my fucking kid's not going back over there. Y'all have been knowing about this shit. It's been going on forever, and yet you're not doing nothing about it. So guess what? Here's the way it's going to go down. My kid's with me, and here's where we're going to be at my house at the coast, and that's where you're going to have to fucking come get him. And in other words, I had to make a statement to where you're going to do something about it now, because I'm going to create such a situation that you're not going to be able to not do anything about it. And man, I had 25 FBI agents around my ass down at my house at the coast, man. And, you know, I had to make a statement, man. And, you know, at the end of the song and dance, they couldn't do a damn thing about it. I mean, they put me in maximum security and all that shit down in South Carolina. But once it all got said and done and fed through the grand jury, they couldn't do shit. So sometimes in life, you have to make a stand for what you really believe in. Is my belief. I'm not a person that goes where the wind blows, you know. So, man, you know, back to the weed thing. If they pull me over and they say, well, what are your eyes doing red? Well, my eyes get red, man, after I work an 8-hour day. You know, if I don't do anything, it's just, I don't know why. And, you know, if they were to say something like that to me, I'd say, hey, man, you're not testing shit. You're not going to test shit. The only thing you can test is your damn car and how fast you can get me downtown, but you're not testing shit here. So I know different states are, you know, different about all that stuff. I know Virginia's real weird about, you know, different things like that around here.
I'd like to say that I don't know of any domestic assault reports while men are under the influence of marijuana, but there's a whole bunch of them where alcohol is involved in terms of wife beatings. So, if there's a choice
Say that again, Ronan. I'm sorry, I zoned out for a minute. I lost what you said.
I don't know of any uh, reports of domestic abuse while the men were under the influence of marijuana, but there's been a lot of reports, still are, a lot of wife beatings where the man was drunk on alcohol.
Oh yeah, man. That's been a huge issue. Yeah.
And you know how when you drink and smoke at the same time, you get drunker? Well, apparently this protects the brain from alcohol poisoning and damage. So, really,
So keep drinking. No, I'm playing.
well, keep drinking and keep smoking at the same time because it keeps you from getting alcohol poisoning because you get sick faster.
Yeah, well, no thanks.
Yeah, it's those are very controversial subjects in a lot of different ways, but on the alcohol, I think pretty much I think most people see, what, it's crazy, man. Some types of alcohol, I've watched it make for example, when I was growing up, you would hear, hey man, don't let Indians, I'm talking about native Indians from here, not from India, but American Indians, for whatever the reason, were all the actually I take that back. I think they were Lumbee Indians. They always wanted to cut somebody if they drank. They were always wanting to cut somebody. That was their thing, cutting somebody with a knife. And so I have to tend to agree with that. I mean, I don't think anybody can deny, watching people do crazy shit when they're drinking. I can speak for my own life. I do crazy shit when I drink, but I'm usually giggling and laughing and happy and that kind of thing. But you get me behind the car, I'll do some crazy shit, man, So yeah, but on the weed thing, I never really see anybody doing those types of things on weed.
Yeah, violent crimes on weed is, very rare. I don't have any statistics, but common sense backs that up. When you're smoking pot, everything is better. So if you're eating kitty litter, it's going to be crunchy and delicious.
Yeah,
So,
man, from where I've been in my life, Hank, I'm going to have to answer your question, your original question, like this. It may be hypocritical. It may sound double standard. And I don't know why I feel like this. I think it's just because I've watched so many addicts through the years. Man, if you give them, and when I say addicts, I mean, I'm just saying the psychological effect when they legalize weed. I'm concerned at where that will take everybody and the fiber of America. Does that make sense? See, the legalization of it almost bothers me, and it's crazy because I've always been a weed smoker and not a drinker, really. So if you had to label me, and but yet I have watched all the different personalities through the years, and things they say, things that I believe that they really mean when they say them. And I'm very controversial on legalizing weed, man. I don't know if there's a lot of different categories of legalizing weed. Now, if you're talking about putting the cartels out of business, I don't know. You have to legalize all the dope then because they're smuggling the hardcore stuff too. I don't know how to, view all that. But I just know psychologically for a lot of people, I don't know if it'd be good, man.
Okay, here I go. And please do not interrupt me until I say Mike out.
Okay, Mike out.
No, I was going to say it when I do. Anyway, the point being is that I was talking to this one gentleman, MMA fighter 141, I believe. He got Monsanto on his T-shirt. That's his avatar on the back of a T-shirt. Anyway, so we were discussing marijuana and stuff, and then I pointed out, a few things, and then I got him to the point of saying, so you're saying a woman can use marijuana. Well, part of it was, like chemotherapy patients, right? They smoke marijuana and it helped them keep down food. Then I got to the point of women, it relieves menstrual cramps. So you're saying women should suffer, and then in the interim, right? He posted a link. And so I left the chat, right? And I read the information. It was the American Academy of Pediatrics, I believe it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It was a long article, so I took my time and I read it. And it made scientific sense, okay? And the human body, right, is growing. So the idea that children should smoke weed, right, was well, the article was against it, and I agreed with the article, understanding, growth and things of that nature. And the idea is that children, should not be allowed or told, look, if you do drugs, see, this is my way of keeping kids off of drugs, right? Instead of telling them no, right? And as soon as you tell a kid no, what happens? That's the first thing they'll do. But if you tell them, it's look, this is this is what will happen to you if you smoke weed, and a very, very small percent of you is of you, unless you're a super genius and you would have been rich by now, and you're not. That's why you're still in school, right? Those guys, fine, they're the exception, but you're still in school and you're still trying to figure this out. So your body is still growing, and there's a chance of testicular cancer for you guys. And with guys and girls who smoke weed, your brain development will be slowed, and consequently, you'll be a lot dumber when you grow up, and you won't be able to get a good paying job because you slowed your mind doing weed. Now, the point being is that your brain is not fully grown, matured until you're 25 years of age. After that, if you want to do drugs, have fun. But I know, well, I know, but they'll explain it their way. I know that if you do weed after you're 25, your body would have matured, you're established in business, and if you do it, it'll be recreational. It won't become an addiction where you have to smoke all day, every day because you want to stay stoned. You'll do
That's
it.
a good point.
Yeah, but see, I'm using the science angle to it, and the reality of them, the men, boys, getting testicular cancer, and probably if they get to be that age and smoking, and then they try to reproduce, their children might have problems. And if they explain it to that, like children, those children, that way, instead of saying no, don't do drugs, and the kids are asking why, and if you tell them why from the start, hey, you start doing it now, your brain development is going to slow down. You're not going to be very rich when you grow up. You're just going to be a dumb nobody, and that's what's going to happen. Great, do it. Do it all you want. But if you come back and say, well, hey, man, I did drugs. Well, too bad. I don't care. You brought it upon yourself because you were warned now. Now go ahead and do it. And see, that way they have to think for themselves versus being told. Kids don't want to be told. They don't know anything. They should be told. But the idea of guiding them with the proper information and telling them, yes, your brains are not fully developed until you're 25 years of age. If you do it after that, it'll be recreational. Yeah, you'll sit back with the fellas watching a football game, or your girlfriend. You both get high and make out, or whatever. Great. But after you're matured is the best time to enjoy those drugs. Mike out.
Yeah, Ronan, and you brought it, and the reason I've always been real messed up about it, I was reading the chat and thinking while you were talking. The one thing it looks pretty universal on is that we don't want young people doing it because, let me say it like this. Me, the weed smoker, I kind of don't want my kid doing it because I know the effect it has on me, but yet I've never been one to smoke weed. In other words, it's never been my main forte every morning I get up. As a matter of fact, it's not even part of my agenda. But I know everybody's different. Everybody's not like me. I've witnessed that in my life. Everybody's different. But I think we can all agree we don't want kids doing it. But I think
Yeah.
we would get, and you know, when I say kids, I mean even young teenagers. I don't know that, you know, even 11, 12, 13, 14, you know, I don't even know that I agree with it on that, because if they're still in school, it will affect their schooling. It will affect
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It
But
doesn't, it
it's a
doesn't
long.
have,
It's a
it
long
doesn't.
term effect. It's long. But see, when they're growing, they're still growing.
Yeah.
So you know the brain doesn't make those connections, and all of a sudden, when they so-called grow up and they have to go into the workforce, their minds are already stubbed. You know they
Yeah,
can.
Ronan, and you
Yeah,
know
go
the
ahead.
crazy. Yeah, exactly. And for me, the reason I'm so torn on that legalization of any of this stuff is because there's so many different categories to consider when you think about doing that. All the way down to, do we really know long-term effects? I mean, do we really know if we can look at our kid and say, yeah, it's okay to smoke weed, you're not going to have any deformed babies, you're not going to do that? We don't know any of that for a known fact. So I got a problem with it. Just because of 20 different categories. But do I think that weed has ever made anybody do anything crazy? No, I don't.
Oh
Unless
no,
it's sprayed with something or they've done some wacky shit with it. But
right, right. No, no,
but
as just as a natural herb, right? But see, it was like I said, I did enough homework on it to realize that okay, okay, I can accept that because it's the American Academy of Pediatricians, right? Because these guys are they're the real deal. They're not, you know, propaganda or gossip, nonsense stories to scare people. No, these are the facts. There's studies.
and you know what, too, Ronan? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
Go ahead.
D-Beck wrote in the chat room, I don't know if I would want my pilot flying my airplane smoking weed. See that? You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't either. I have to be honest. I don't want the pilot to be high when he's flying that damn plane that I'm on. Why? Because I know he might be a little bit too lackadaisical on something that he should have been a little bit more alert on that could cause a major problem. Da 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 da. And the stories go on and twisted in all these different categories. So I have to say, you know, it's crazy for me whenever I hear somebody, you know, say that, you know, in other words, when they say to me, I think it should be legalized, I think they're thinking of the categories that they want to think about with it. But I don't know that they're including all the categories of ripple effects from it.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Obviously, you know, well, there's a lot of pilots that fly drunk.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't want that either.
Some of them get caught.
Yeah, that's been a thing that actually in the last several years, I was seeing reports and stuff on the news. Well, I don't watch the news that much, but I would get clips of it where they were catching a lot of pilots drinking in the cockpit and stuff.
Yeah, and that's far more dangerous if it came down to comparison, because yeah, weed might slow or relax the mind, but alcohol basically weakens your muscle response. And like I said,
Wow, that's another category right there, Ronan.
right, that's
See?
another category. That's another category. Like I said, if a person, like I said, from what I've studied, if a person starts after 25, there's less chance of addiction. It's a psychological addiction, if anything, but it is an addiction.
I tell you what,
Go ahead.
I'll go this far. I'll just go ahead and say it right here and now because it's who I am, you know. When I'm doing something like I've been doing for the last 2 or 3 weeks, painting every day, doing this, which for the creative guy in me, you know, it's I've been doing it, you know, a long time, and it's okay, and I know it's for my benefit to do it. I don't know that I'd want to do it for a living, but my point is I will smoke weed when I'm doing jobs like that. because
But
I
you're-
get it's so monotonous to me after a while.
Well, yeah, I can understand that, but you're not operating on anyone. You're not
Exactly.
flying an airplane.
Oh,
You're
exactly.
painting. You're
Exactly.
painting. You know, it's. I mean, there's hardly any chance that you'll cut your throat with the brush.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ronan.
You won't
For
cut your
me,
finger off with a power saw. You're painting.
right,
So I
right.
understand. Yeah, I understand that. Or if a person likes gardening, fine. They're not working with power tools or flying an airplane. There's that limitation, right? Yes, I understand that. Yeah, it's a recreational thing. Yes, and I do understand it. If a person wants to sit back and just enjoy the day, that's
Wow, that's a good question for me to ask Hank too. You just brought something else to me. Hey, Hank, you there?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question, and it's just because I want to hear your response. So I'm just gonna take it upon myself to say, okay, we'll put this in a hypothetical situation. So let's just say that you know some killer weed that you really, they really get wasted on. Okay, this is treated medical powder, whatever kind of weed it is. Would you want the bus driver carrying your 8-year-old to school after smoking a whole joint of some killer weed?
Okay, I want to answer the question and ask you one right back if you don't mind.
Sure.
The answer is no. No.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this. I don't particularly like butt sex, but do I want people arrested and thrown in jail for butt sex? No, I don't want them to legislate everything that I disagree with. How do you feel about that?
Wow. Okay. That's like we did that.
time out. That changes the subject. Okay, different topic. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's like weird. But go ahead.
Okay. Let me think about that. Ask me that again. Man, I had to jump out of the weed into anal sex. Hold on. Ask me that one again now. Ask me that one again, Hank.
Do you necessarily want them to legislate everything you disagree with? Do you want them to pass laws on everything, like we don't want the bus driver smoking weed, obviously, but should we be putting people in cages for smoking weed at night? That's what I meant.
Oh. Wow. That's a real blanket question, Hank. Are you talking about in their own home?
Yep.
No, I don't think they should go to jail for that. No, I don't.
Good answer. Continue.
However, with the laws as such, if the police do come in their house, even though I don't think they should be arrested, and actually I think there's some states that just, write you a ticket or a citation for, small amounts or whatever if they catch you with it. But no, I don't. However, if you have an illegal substance, according to the law, you may very well be subject to going to jail and being arrested for that, But you asked my belief or what, and no, I don't think they should. Now, if you've got, man, as long as we keep that question, normal. In other words, is you're talking about sitting in your house with $10 worth of regular pot, smoking it. You're not talking about a massive cartel guy with stacks of bricks and big bundles waiting to go out for the next load. You're talking about just the average American sitting in their home burning one.
Right. Correct.
Don't have a problem. I don't even have a problem with them growing it in their backyard. Now, see, it's weird, isn't it, when you get talking about these subjects, because if you ask the right question, it starts to be extremely controversial, but the answer is no for me on that. When you fine line the question, I could answer it. But when you first asked it, it was so blanket, I don't know that I could have answered it.
Yeah, my bad.
But yeah, no, I don't. I do not. And I think you're in your own home. I'll put it to you this way. If you had prescription medicine that did make you, according to the label, you shouldn't drive a motor vehicle, okay? And you have that in your home and you're not driving the motor vehicle, and that really does mess you up more than weed, you're not going to be arrested, but yet it does more than the weed is doing to you, okay? Because it's legal, it's prescribed. But even though it impairs you more than the weed, you won't get arrested for it because it's not considered an illegal substance. So that's kind of the way I view all that. And I was like, oh, wow, you can take a few hits off that joint right there and it won't do half as much as that damn pill the doctor just gave you. You know, so no, I don't think you should be arrested for that. In moderation, meaning, you know, if you ain't got 20 or 30, over 20 or 30 bucks worth of pot, and it's not clear you're trying to, you know, be a dealer on the block and sell it to kids, no, I don't think you should be arrested for it.
I definitely think that it would be easier to regulate and keep it out of kids' hands if it was like tobacco, because tobacco, they check for license. Pot dealers, black markets, you think they're concerned about the law?
Yeah, that, you know, my mind's, I'm trying to, man, you got me on that anal sex thing, man. I'm still sitting there. I'm like, man, you know, no, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's a good example because although I don't prefer it, I don't think it should be a crime. I don't think it should be legislated and regulated. You know, what people do in the bedroom is none of their business. And I thought it'd be a good analogy for pot.
Right. You're speaking hypothetically if a police officer just accidentally stumbled up on you and he went to the wrong door and he knocked on your door and you opened up the door and the cop goes, wow, man, what are y'all doing smoking pot? You know, okay, you know, as long as, you know, everything else is kosher in the home and, you know, it's just an accidental run upon. No, man, I really don't. I don't think they should be arrested for that. And definitely not, you know, if the cop wanted to be an asshole and because it was an illegal substance, if he cut you a little citation because he wanted to get his quota for the month, you know, but my personal opinion is no. But man, if you ask me another question about weed, I may tell you, I guess I'm double standard in some ways. I don't know, man. I don't know that I agree with the shit being legalized unless it's for medical, meaning to help people. I don't know, man. I just feel like so many different things will happen from that. Well, let me ask you this. They did it in Colorado, right?
Yep.
Well, have you studied up on the fiber of that area? What's happening? What are the kids that are smoking weed? Are they still going to college? Are they, have you tried to study any statistics of the area that has legalized it? And
Only financial statistics, and it's all positive financially. But I think it's going to take a little more time to get the kind of statistics you're talking about.
well, yeah, Hank, of course the financial is going to be better. That's why they legalized it. That was the whole purpose behind Colorado doing that, to be probably quite honest about it. It was for the revenue. Now, I have not studied that. I'm just giving my first opinion about that. But the revenue is definitely going to be good. But I just wonder how many different problems may or may not be stemming from them doing that. I have heard a couple of people say, I don't know if it was in the news or I was watching speeches about it. You know, if they're against it, the speeches I were watching, of course, are going to be negative about it. And they're going to talk about their analyzation of the statistics and how they have, you know, studied up on, you know, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. But I can, from the way that I see it, I can see a lot of negative ripple effects coming off of that. Financially, great. Of course, that's going to be good. But, well, you know, there's a legalized product that was not any, money on the regular market being made up until it got legalized on the regular market. But I don't know, man. That's kind of weird. How do you feel about it, Hank?
Well, I think it's going to have a good effect on the sense that cops will stop digging through people's trash and busting in the house in the middle of the night and shooting dogs and arresting daddy. The separation from child to parents, the whole war against the people instead of war on drugs. The politicians said, war on drugs, but in actuality, it was the war on the people. And the amount of money that we waste on marijuana, it delegitimizes the whole drug war if you take out the marijuana part. And like I said, the war on drugs, in my opinion, is the war on the people. Unfortunately, it's the drug laws that are the bad part on marijuana, not the actual drug. And for heroin, it's different. Heroin, the drug is the problem, and also the law is the problem, because we need to treat these people like patients instead of criminals. Because if there's no kids involved, let's say a couple in their 20s got a coke habit, they're victimizing themselves, and on their part, it's no crime. But the drug dealer who's given them the coke or got them hooked on coke, that's the criminal, because he's victimizing, taking advantage of the young couple.
Yeah, I feel you, Hank. Something just popped in my mind, and I want to say it. If I was a sergeant in the Army and I had to make a decision how to nip something in the bud or take care of a problem, listen to what you're saying there. All of these subjects surround what we've been talking about. And I hope I don't lose my train of thought. So you say financial, it probably did good. You don't think people should break in and, the law's taking advantage and making, treating these people like criminals. They shouldn't be. Now comes the doctors. Now comes all the taxpayer dollars to take care of. I'm not saying all the time taxpayer dollars. Now comes these psychiatrists and the things that the judge may order for da 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 da. If I was put in charge of a little tiny problem like that, let's just say a real small problem, and I'd say, okay, what would take care of that whole freaking thing right there? If I had to really honestly be honest with myself and say, what would take it all away? No pot whatsoever would take all that away. Every bit of it. Have you ever looked at it that way?
That's an interesting concept.
No pot. Then you don't have ripple effects. You don't have people being treated, like criminals when they're not. You don't have judges and courts and all these processes to take care of because you legalize the pot. Now you got to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and it goes on and on. That's my problem with it. In so many categories, I could stay on this chat room for a week and never even get half of them out. But so that's my problem with it right there. Do I think if you grow a little bit of weed in your backyard and you've worked your ass off all your life and you found that, taking a couple hits off a joint makes you relax at home? Fuck no, man. Nothing should happen from that. Nothing. But I think it kind of takes all the other categories out when it's like that too. But see, that's an ideal world, Hank. That's my problem. I know it not to be an ideal world, and I know everybody's different. So, wow, man, my answer to this whole subject and all these categories is I have to say that I would vote no to legalize it. Crazy, right?
Well, I mean, you got your own opinion.
Yeah.
I think I would just be happy with decriminalizing it. And I think that means give them $100 ticket, like, oh, you caught me with weed. Here's $100. You go and you pay the ticket.
That's an interesting subject now, Hank. And I also see that if that was the case, it would take this brutal mentality from the police officers. It would take the power of them away, trying to treat them like criminals. That's an interesting concept. But you know, in my life, Hank, I have to say, usually when you start giving a little, you got to keep giving because they always want more. That just seems to be the way of life a lot of times. And wow, man, I don't want to get off on too many different subjects, but you were talking about anal sex. Let's talk about a gay for a minute. Now now the transgender wants a fucking different bathroom. Now all the fucking people that own businesses have to pay for all that extra shit. It's just on and on, man. You know what I mean? There's no end to this shit. And that's the way I see it all. And I may be confused in my own mind on some of these issues. I'm sure I am. But that's just the way I see it. Fuck no, don't give them a fucking bathroom. And if they want to be gay, let them be gay. But you're not going in the other fucking bathroom, and we're not going to curtail another fucking bathroom for you. If you want to be like that and you want to have those operations and you want to experience all that stuff, go have at it. But don't bring it into my family. Don't push it on me. And don't dare tell me it's fucking okay if you go in there with my little girl or my little boy, because I'll break your damn eye sockets out. You know, and that's the way I see that stuff. I get kind of emotional about that, man, because, you know, when you have kids and stuff, Hank, and you think about, you know, these people pushing all these issues all the time, I don't like what I see in 50 years. I don't like what I see coming from that in 20 years either. And I'm about tired of, you know, like gays pushing their fucking, the way they see shit on everybody else. Do I think a gay couple should be able to obtain insurance? Yes, I do. And I know that was a big issue with them because they would have, you know, they'd be together and they couldn't get the same medical coverage in the hospital when one of them got sick and that kind of thing. I think somehow the law should be to where everybody gets treated fairly. But do I like the way that they impose that on society? Hell fucking no, I don't. And I don't think that I should boast or throw my heterosexuality on them either. You know what I'm saying? If I know they're gay, I'm not going to sit there and push my ways on them constantly every day. I mean, I see it as a two-way street. I'm not biased. I see it as a two-way street. I should not boast to them, you know, what they are or what they are not. But damn, I'm sick and tired of hearing about them always pushing for all this stuff all the damn time. You know, if you want to be gay, you know, and then now they want to be able to get married and they want to do this and they want to do that and they want to do this. Look, you're different from me and I'm different from you. But let's respect each other's, you know, space and all of that stuff. And look, as society has it now, there's a man's bathroom and a woman's bathroom. If you can't fucking figure that out without pushing your agenda on society, which fucking bathroom to go to? You know what I'm saying, man? That shit makes me mad as hell. I don't know how we got off on gays. You know, that was my own. Oh, I know, because you brought up the anal sex thing when we were talking about weed, you know, legalizing weed. I don't agree with, you know, anybody really pushing anything on anybody. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Or am I just stuck in my way? Am I just an old mule stuck in my ways?
I think you were talking about the militant gay agenda. I don't think you're talking about, you know, your average, you know, people that just want insurance. I think you're talking about the people that like want to put it in the schools and, you know, when they're, I remember Lindsay, I think was her name. We had a conversation about tolerance, and she wanted me to be tolerant, but when I wanted her to be tolerant, she got frustrated and left the room, which was kind of her thing to do, I think.
That's my point.
What I meant by that is she always does it. But yeah, I was like, yeah, I can be tolerant of what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my whole point. Why can't
but
we
not
just
to the point
tolerate
to
it?
where you can't be tolerant of the way. I'm old fashioned and set in my ways.
Well, let's turn it around a minute. What do gays hate the most? I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out something I can use it as an example. I won't even say a particular thing. I'll just say, is it right for me to always push an anti-gay thing on someone who's gay? No, man. I've known gay people all my life. I know gay people now. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Okay, but what I'm saying is, for them to try to impose this on a society that may not be as they are, I have a problem with that. And I don't think it's right for us to impose things on them either. If some laws need to be changed, maybe so they can get medical help when they need it because of the way that things have been done that may not be treating them fairly, I'm okay with those things. But man, you start bringing all this stuff. It's okay for you to come in there when my kid's in there and shit, man. I'm sorry. Call me old school, call me biased, whatever. I'm not for that at all. In other words, live and let live, but don't keep, imposing all these things on, people that are not, you know. You know what I'm saying, man? Who do they think they are saying it's fucking okay, if you're not, to come in there where other people are not comfortable with your gender? I mean, that's just common sense. That's just common decent. That's just the common decency, and every human being should not want to impose that on somebody else that doesn't like it for whatever their reasons are. You know what I'm saying? I kind of feel the same way about weed too. It's not just, gays was just the subject. I'm just saying, even on weed, I don't think you know, if you didn't smoke weed and I did, I don't think it's right that I always impose on you to smoke weed, Hank. Smoke it, damn it. Come on, man. Smoke it, smoke it, smoke it. Okay, well, I'll just smoke in your house and in your bathroom then, whether you like it or not.
That's kind of what Hollywood and the media does to us. Like you're sitting there trying to watch a movie, and all of a sudden there's all this gay stuff, and I'm not, homophobic, but I don't want to see a dude's ass, or and I get it that it works both ways, but how should I put this?
Hey man, I'm just saying, I just think there ought to be a common decent. I will tell you what I have noticed in a lot of transgender people and gay. Okay. And this is my viewpoint, and I'll say it here. I'll say it downtown at the police department, and I'll say it at the fucking White House. There is something in them a lot of times, not all the time. I know perfectly cool gay people that totally respect someone who's not. Okay, I'm not saying it's all of them or anything, but they got this never-ending endeavor to push that fucking shit your way. I don't, and make you feel uncomfortable for not being gay. Do you comprende?
Yeah, it's the militant agenda. Like I don't care if people are gay. I mean, it just means happy, right? They're just happy because they're acting on their sexual desires, and that doesn't bother me at all. Like, it's just when they put it in schools and shit. Like when they have all that gender education in schools, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, well, check this out. This goes back to a subject we had earlier. I'll go this far. If I see that happening in schools, my fucking kids ain't going to be there. They're going to be homeschooled. And as a matter of fact, that's getting ready to happen anyway. So I will not tolerate that around my child for any reason, whether it's a fucking law or not. I will not have it. And I'll go to jail for it.
I'm sure you heard of the 37 genders.
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, when I was little, you were a boy or girl. Now there's 37 genders. Instead of just two, there's a whole bunch more. And I remember watching some funny videos last night with my kids.
Hold
Oh,
on.
wow.
Let me interrupt you on that, Hank. I want to get this point out with what you just said. 37 genders. Now, I don't know who's pushing that shit, but this is my way of dealing with that, okay? Is that in the Bible?
Hell no.
Well, that's good enough for me. You can just save your breath on the rest of the subject then. I don't believe in 37 genders. I don't think it exists. I think that they can come up with a label, and just like they have been for the last 20, 30 years, coming up with these ridiculous labels and this, that, and the other, and a happy pill and a sad pill. I don't believe in any of that. I don't think there is 37 genders.
Of course not.
So I totally, I have not ever heard of that, and I'm glad you brought that up. I have never heard of that in my life. Is that what they're pushing out there now?
Yeah, apparently it's very offensive to assume someone's gender. So if I say, thank you, sir, have a good night, I just assumed your gender. I assumed you're a sir. You could very well be an attack helicopter, not a sir at all.
Well,
So,
I see that as this PC bullshit that's been going on for 15 or 20 years
yes.
now.
Yes.
Fuck the PC. I do. I'm sorry, man. And I'm not, and I heard somebody say, I don't know if it was at a rally or wherever, I just don't have time for the PC stuff. If you don't know what I mean by what I said, let me rephrase it so you do understand. But I ain't got time for the PC correct crap. That's just another manipulating way of trying to get what someone wants or what they don't want. You know, if they don't want you to talk about, you know, Islamic terrorism, then they don't want you to say the word, you know. So no, I'm totally against all that. I guess I'm just, you know, I'm just messed up in that way, man. I don't like what I see coming down the pipeline from this transgender stuff either. In other words, I don't think that it should be pushed as a cool thing either. If it really is a physical thing that you're born with, then that should be a rare thing. What are you pushing that on society for and making, you know, teenage kids think that that shit's cool to be like that? That ain't cool.
Well, here's the thing. It's trending, so it's trenders.
Well, see, that's why I like to stop things before they get started. I'm a firm believer in ripple effects.
I just want a yes or no. I found the list. Do you want me to read it off?
Of the 37 gender thing?
Well, yeah, yes or no, please.
Yes, yes, I would like to hear what it says.
Okay, Hank, you want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. It the list, it goes agender, which means no gender, androgyne, androgynous, bigender, male to female, female to male, gender fluid, gender non-conforming, gender questioning, gender variant, gender queer, male to female again, neither, nutritious, non-binary, other, pangender, trans man, trans person, trans woman, trans feminine, transgender, transgender female, transgender male, transgender man, transgender person, transgender woman, transmasculine, transsexual, transsexual female, transsexual male, transsexual man, transsexual person, transsexual woman, two-spirit. It's all nonsense to me, but anyway, that's the list, gentlemen.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is, hey man, ain't that the problem in DC right now? Too much bullshit. Too much bullshit.
I can see it, but it's like really trying to separate everybody. It's like instead of saying thank you, sir, or thank you, ma'am, I guess the point is just to say thank you. Stop right there. Stop right there. You know,
Well, see, I've been trying to do that with race. Instead of saying that black guy, you just say that guy.
yeah, the gentleman right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man, that you bring that up too, Hank. I'm not a PC guy. My father grew up on a farm, okay? And they had, I think it was a maid or a farm helper or whatever. He said he loved that black woman like it was his second mama. He loved her to death. And I was raised not to be racial, and that's all I need to know. I'm not. And I know I'm not. My life speaks for itself. But if I got to watch every time, like if the guy says, well, what the guy look like? If somebody's asking me, like, let's just say a bank got robbed, and they say, well, what the guy look like? Well, I'm not allowed to say whether he's black or white, man, but okay, he had a blue jacket on and a hat. Okay. That's all I can tell you, because I'm not allowed to say, man. I just don't play that game. That was a black guy with a damn blue hat and a pink shirt.
Well, no. That was a transgender black guy.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean?
Two-spirit or transsexual female.
Yeah. Exactly.
That makes it too confusing.
Yeah, exactly, man. I just don't have time for all that crap. In my real life, and not in the chat room, in my real life, everybody knows I'm not a racist. I mean, hey, man, and I want to say this too, when we was talking about gays, I've been around gay people that are coolest people you'd ever want to be around in your life, man. They didn't push it on you. They give the shirt off their back for you, man. Just to me, it's all about who you are. I couldn't give a shit what color your skin is, and I don't even care about the blood that flows through your veins. I don't give a shit. There you go, man.
Can you do the job? Can you do the job? Yes or no? I don't care if you're a lady. I don't care if you're a man. I don't care if you're in between. 37 points in between. I don't care. Can you do the job? Yes or no?
Exactly. I don't know who's pushed all these agendas through the years. I was a working guy, so I had to stay busy, to make a dollar. I didn't have time to keep up with DC or all these funded groups or who's pushing all this shit all the time. I'll just tell you this, man, I'm sick and damn tired of it. And I want to do my part to try to stop it. So, and if all I can do is make a vote, when I have an opportunity to vote, then that's what I'll do. And I'll carry my life as I see fit. But I will never play that game. I never have. And I've disagreed with everything that I've heard about all this stuff since I first started hearing about it, and then, I don't know, this even gets into other subjects as I think about it. I don't know what's the big deal about nobody saying Merry Christmas anymore, and the stores aren't allowed to put Merry Christmas in their stores and shit. Who the fuck's pushing that shit?
Militant atheist.
Well, fuck them in the ass too. I hate their fucking guts too, man. That's all I can say. Give me a fucking break. If you want to say happy holidays, say it. If you want to say Merry Christmas, why are you taking that out of the stores? Because they're pushing their agendas. That's what I'm saying. I have a problem with all of these agendas being pushed. I'd like to see the shit stopped. Just give me a break and be real, man. You want to go suck dick? Go suck. But don't come over here and make me always have to hear about it. And when it's not my cup of tea.
Okay.
That's not what America is based on either, by the way.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna have fun with this. Okay.
All right.
You're saying don't come pushing your gay agenda on me.
Your dick sucking ways, don't push them.
Let me set this up, and you feel free to discuss.
Okay, I know this is gonna be good.
It's gonna be good. You're saying, well, yeah, don't come pushing your gay agenda on me, and then they can come around and say, well, don't push your Merry Christmas on me. Discuss.
That's an interesting concept. Here's what I'm saying. If you want to say happy holidays, say it. If you don't want to say Merry Christmas, don't say it. But why would you take that away from the rest of society? The same as this bathroom transgender thing. Why are you going to try to change all of society? Why don't you just have Merry Christmas out there and Happy Holidays and let the fucking people pick and choose which they like? Don't try to push your agenda and take it out of America. I mean, I don't even think that's what this country is based on.
Okay, I agree with you on the social side of it all.
Right.
But not in government. Because we have laws that separate church and state.
That's correct.
So I don't want to see a Christmas tree in the White House. I don't want to see it at the courthouse. I don't want to see it at any government building, because if we do that, then somebody can come around. The Satanists, for example, I think they did it in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Right?
Wow,
they were going to put up a nativity scene, and the local Satanist says, hey, free speech, if you're going to put it there, we're going to put up, I think, a goat, or what, I don't know what kind of God they pray to. But anyway, they wanted to put up their goat and stuff. So, okay, then nobody can do it. And then I thought about it. That's right. We can't put one thing there, because if it's going to happen that way and all the Jews take over or all the Muslims take over, everything's going to get changed. So let's just keep it the way the Constitution basically spells it out. Separation of church and state. If a private business, the store you shop in, your favorite, I don't know, whatever store, right? They want to put up nativity scenes and all those beautiful ornaments, great. It's their right to do so. But they're not going out to the street and telling the homosexuals or transgender or whatever those people want to call themselves, hey, look, you got to come over here and shop, but you got to say Merry Christmas. They can go elsewhere if they want to do that. Right? But in government buildings, according to law, I don't want to see Christmas trees. I don't want to see any of that nonsense, because it gives other people the same right that you're just arguing and the point that I just made. If they want to force your agenda, their agenda on you, you can force your agenda on them. So it goes back to arguing here.
Well, that's an interesting point, but here's the way I see that. America has always celebrated Christmas. Other countries do not, and other people do not. Okay. But this country was basically, always has. Okay. And so that's the culture I grew up in. And I don't have a problem with Christmas trees wherever they want to put them. That doesn't bother me at all. And if it does bother somebody, Ronan, just trying to keep it simple without letting this get too out of hand, because look, these are all controversial subjects. But the way I see that is, I grew up in a culture that did. Okay. So don't push a fucking agenda. If that bothers you, that Christmas tree is at a governmental building, maybe you need to be somewhere else.
No, the law says.
Well, I don't know what the law says. I don't know.
People in office broke the law from Jump Street. From the beginning, they broke the law. They've been breaking the law, and that's what you were basically introduced to when you went down to the courthouse and you saw a Christmas tree or nativity scene or whatever.
I got a better question, Ronan. Why would we be offended to see a Christmas tree at a governmental building?
Because it's the law. We have a separation of church and state.
Whoa. But get off the law for a minute. I'm talking about, why would that, just forget whether it's a law or not?
Oh, no, we're putting aside the law. We're putting aside the law. You're telling me.
No, I'm saying hypothetically. No, I'm saying hypothetically, imagine that there is not a law that says any of the things that you're saying. Okay, let's just say there's not. Why would that offend anybody, Ronan? Now.
Okay. Hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, if there was no law, right, and our government decided to do that, I've got no issue with it. It's the law. Or no law, whatever, however you want to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, law making is another thing, but I thought we were on another subject.
No, it's the same thing as individual rights in society. You know, the homosexual.
Whoa! That's bringing in a lot of other categories.
No,
Let's keep
law.
it simple.
Simple law, one or the other, equal rights or not.
Well, we were on the subject of gays pushing themselves on people who are not. And I said I didn't.
Expression. Okay, time out,
but I don't think it's right that I push, myself on them, always telling them, why are you gay, man? Blah 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 blah. I don't think that's right either. But here's my point.
Time out. When they've approached me, and if they wanted to push it, I would say, okay, wait a minute here. So you're gay. I accept that. But if you're going to push it on me, how do you think I should think of you for being so pushy? And are you going to give a bad name to your crowd, or are you going to be civil? Right?
Wow, that's
simple questions. See, that's how I approach it, with simple questions.
Yeah, I know, but you bring in like totally different platforms. It was a lot simpler when we were talking about people imposing or trying to change other things.
Under freedom of expression, I can ask them, do you want to make yourselves look that bad?
In my mind, I see what's going on now. Remember when I started this statement, I said, now, the way I see it is this. This is the culture that I grew up in, and those Christmas trees were always everywhere, and everybody here celebrates Christmas. Now, I'm giving an example. If someone is from another country and they come over here, and I can switch it, I can reverse it back to their country. Maybe it's not proper for those Christmas trees because that's not the culture they grew up in over there. They never had those Christmas trees, those places. And I think it would be wrong for me to go to their country and try to force that Christmas tree where they never had it.
Right. And they don't have any right to come here and tell us that their country doesn't have it, so we shouldn't have it. They have no right. Because
that was my point, Ronan. Now the other subjects that you're bringing up,
yeah, I can agree with you on that. Yeah, no doubt.
And that's here's an interesting twist. Guess which state was the first state to legalize Christmas? Louisiana. Christmas used to be illegal in the United States because it was a satanic holiday.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing.
Christmas was illegal in government buildings because the Constitution said so.
Hey, just out of curiosity, since I don't know that law, and I don't, I very rarely even dabble into those things very much anymore. Why would they create a law that would say that, Ronan?
Because what they tried to do when our founding fathers came here is to not be like the land they came from, basically England, where church and state were mixed. So when they came here, it's called the Establishment Clause, right? That right there in the First Amendment. I don't recall the exact line, but I can look it up right now, if you wish. But the idea is that's where it says, Congress, I think I'll look it up, but the idea right there is called the Establishment Clause, where it separated church and state.
I agree. And I know what subject you're on now.
And then legislators came in and said, no, we don't care about the law. We don't care about the law.
And if you want my honest opinion,
yes,
that's probably where all this fucking shit started at.
Right. But see, that's the difference. And someone, I forget who I was, chatting with, and because it says in our declaration.
You know how I would handle that, Ronan? If this was a perfect world and I was the lawmaker, I'd say I'm not going to pass a fucking law to sit there and substantiate you people on whether or not you want this fucking Christmas tree or not. If you want the damn thing, put it up. If you don't do it.
Are you talking about the government or the public?
I'm just saying that whole church and state thing, because did you notice this election year how Lyndon Johnson passed a law that all the evangelicals cannot be, you know, they can't be politically involved, or else, you know, they're not going to get their tax exempt.
Right. Right.
I don't agree with that.
Oh no, because the idea is, I want them.
I know what the real idea was behind it.
Under law. Okay, under law. Under law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lyndon Johnson was a fucked up individual that imposed that on the evangelicals because he didn't want that political party. He didn't want his political party swayed.
Well, no, that's part of it. You're right. That's part of it. However, if we decided, well, our founding fathers decided that there's a separation of church and state, it should be kept that way. And the church was exempt from paying taxes. That's fine. That was the agreement, the compromise, if you will. That's fine. But when the church...
Yeah, let me quickly tell you this, Ronan. I'm sorry for butting in, but I feel like I forget these things. You got me hot on a subject. When I had my automotive business, there was a church beside my building. So I went to put a big, you know, automotive sign in front of my business. And they told me I couldn't do it. City ordinance, right? Okay. And I said, well, how in the fuck can they do it? They got a big fucking sign 3 feet from the damn road. How can they do it? Well, that's because they're a church. So I've dealt with that church and state thing before in those ways. And, you know, and I said, so what you're saying is it's okay for them to put that fucking sign there, but it's not okay for me in the same exact spot because I'm not a church. And they said, that's right. I'm sorry, but that's the law here. You can't do it. But there's a separation between church and state. And so they can get away with it. I'm sorry. Do I think it's right? Hell no, I do not. Hell no, I don't. So it's okay for the church to put that sign up any way they want it, as tall as they want it, as wide as they want it, and they can only be 3 or 6 feet from the road, whatever it was. But they would not let me do it, man. And so I've dealt with a little bit of that church and state thing in those ways. And I didn't really agree with that shit either, you know. But anyway.
Yes, but that would fall under the 10th Amendment, which would be states' rights.
It's different from what you're talking about. Yeah.
No. It's the same document. I'm just going to different portions of it. In that state, that's what that state decided. Okay. Now back to the original point.
State decision, correct?
Right. That's under states' rights. That's where you'd be, because you were talking. You said it was a city ordinance. Well, that would fall under states' rights. Okay, that's the 10th Amendment. But
yeah, I was pissed off about that too.
Okay, but I'm going back to the First Amendment.
Yeah.
The separation of church and states, basically the compromise is that the church does not pay taxes. Okay. And
Ronan, on a personal level, does that really bother you to see a Christmas tree at a governmental building?
Under law, yes.
No, forget the law. I said on a personal level.
Well, yes, it bothers me.
Just tell me why.
Because those people are breaking the law.
I said forget the law.
Well, my personal opinion is based on the law.
Well, I understand, but let's just say there wasn't a law. Or does it personally offend you to see that Christmas tree at a governmental building?
Yes.
If it was not a law, why would it bother you?
Because if the Jews took over, we'd see a menorah. And if the Muslims took over, we'd see something else. If the Hindus took over, we'd see something. If the
okay, Ronan, stop right there. Stop. No, I want to make a point.
No, you keep coming. Oh, I just thought of something.
This is a great point. You'll love it. You'll love this point.
Because I have a point. Go ahead. It's easy. I'm not going to.
Okay. Because when I look at that, see, when you see that Christmas tree, it's pretty clear that you think law, or you think, you know, what you just said, something about the Jews or whatever. When I look at that Christmas tree, you know what I see? And maybe that's the big difference here. What I see when I see that Christmas tree is praising Christ's birthday.
The Christmas tree is based on a pagan ritual.
But I don't even look at it like that. In other words, I don't want to know what their reasons are behind that tree. The way I see that, but this is my point, is that we look at that totally different. See, when I look at that Christmas tree with the culture that I was raised in, there was nothing demonic about that fucking tree whatsoever. And the only thing that in my mind that I relate to that tree is praising the birthday of Christ.
Right, right. But the law says the separation.
Well, you're back to the law again. I was trying to get a personal thing from you.
Okay, on a personal thing, the swastika is a great thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Okay.
Okay, based on your perspective, when I say swastika, what do you imagine? Or what do you think about?
Well,
if I say
I can tell you this.
No,
well,
no,
I can tell you this.
I don't know what you want to tell me. I don't really need. I want to know what you think when I say the swastika is a beautiful thing.
That's what I mean. I'm getting ready to tell you what I think.
Okay, go ahead.
This is in my life only. Okay, my father fought in the war. He had a lot of stuff from World War II that had the swastika on it that were from Germany, where he fought. I know that we fought Germany. I did not agree with it now. And the reason I'm telling you like this is because if I want to look at that swastika and think Hitler, then I think bad things. Okay. If I look at it and I think about my father and what he brought back from fighting that war, I don't really think about Hitler that much. But I think about my father's life experience and what he had to go do and what he was ordered to go do. I don't really look, but I could change that when I look at that. I'm going to call it a logo. When I look at it, I could think the evil things that Hitler did. I could look at it as a totally demonic thing, or I could carry my thoughts to what I experienced with those emblems growing up and before I even knew anything about Hitler. So that's the way I see that.
Okay. I don't, what it represented in World War II, I disagree with. However, I agree with it because it's originally a sign of the Hindus.
Okay. See, I don't know the history behind it.
India. So they took it to represent something else, like the Christmas tree is representing Christ, which it's not. It's a pagan ritual. Pagan.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So that's the parallel I was trying to draw. But in government, if the Jews took over or the Muslims took over or the Satanists took over, one day you could walk in there and see some kind of goat figure, and they say, well, what's wrong with this? Oh, this is our government. Or what's wrong with this? Oh, this is Islam. Oh, what's wrong with this? Oh, this is the Jews. Well, right? You don't know. And that's why they were smart enough. That's why they were smart enough to separate church and state. That's where my argument lies. If one takes over and you're so used to it for the 29 years that you've been on this earth, that they say, right?
Yeah, 29, Ronan, 29.
Well, that's it, 29. I recall that. That's what you said. Okay, I'll take it that way.
I love it. 29.
Yeah, and 2 years from now, or let's see, 4 years from now, because it's going to be Trump Reich, the Muslims take over. And then you walk in there and all of a sudden, where's the Christmas tree? No, it's Islam now. Well, this is the government building. Well, that's right. But you like the tree. We like something else. But we're in power now. So that's why the laws were set up that way. That's the difference there, right there. That's why I'm bringing it up that way.
Yeah.
So you realize that if you were conditioned with that, I can respect that. I can honor that in your home, in a private building, like the mall, right? The mall. It's business, commercial, right? If they want to have nativity scenes and you're used to it all your life, great. But if you're going to go pay your speeding ticket, too bad, pal. Just get in line and pay your bill. Get out.
It's so interesting to talk about these subjects, because what just dawned on me was, if everybody looked at the Christmas tree as a wonderful, great thing, without any, in other words, a one point of view, then we wouldn't have any issues with it. But it's interesting. I think these conversations actually started with people pushing their agendas.
Well, yeah.
And that's, see, it's interesting, isn't it, Ronan, that when I see that tree, I see nothing but great. I see nothing but good out of that.
Okay, taking
someone
that
else
point.
may not. So it may
taking that very same point. Let's say the homosexuals came into power, and you walk into the government building. Huh? What's going to happen then? Everybody's gay. Everybody's gay.
Let's say
Everybody's gay. And then you're going to go up to the judge, and he's gay, right? And he's gay, and he's going to ask you, and you man up and say, no, okay, you're going to prison. Boom. Hey, there's only a speeding ticket. 6 months. Boom.
Yeah, I think it's getting kind of it's getting too far out there for me to be able to relate. Now, if the homosexuals came into power, then I would expect them to still withhold the same constitutional stuff that this country was based upon.
Wait a minute. So now you're agreeing. So now you're agreeing. Now you're agreeing there should be no Christmas
hold on.
tree?
Without imposing, I don't even want to know that they're gay. I don't care that they're gay. There's gay people running this government now, Ronan.
Right. And a Christmas tree, you that's where you make exceptions. That's where I just pointed out that if there was gay people, no, you don't want that because you want the law. But when I pointed out I don't want the tree there because of the law, that's a different story.
Well,
oh, well, that's right. That's
you got a great point, but I think we see it a little differently. But I understand.
You're making exceptions. You're making.
Ronan, I understand you. I understand you saying
you're making exceptions. I'm not making exceptions because I agreed to the law.
I understand, and that's what I was getting ready to say.
So you're making exceptions, right? Except when it goes against what you accept.
No, hold on. Slow down. No, I respect you always looking at the law. I respect that.
Well, why then would you disagree if I say that tree shouldn't be in a government building?
Well, that's why we have democracy, isn't it? I don't see anything bad about it or that it represents anything to do with church.
Okay, then you cannot see anything bad about homosexuals taking over the courthouse.
I'm trying to make a point. I do not see in any way, shape, or form that fucking Christmas tree has a fucking thing to do with church and state.
Yes, it does, because you said it represents something, and it was not the state that you were singling out for that representation.
No, I'm saying it represents all good. But to me, I said, when I see that and the way I was raised here in the States.
Yes, I understand that.
That's just what I see when I see the tree. But my point is, why does the tree have anything to do with church and state? It just doesn't make sense to me. Whether it's a law or not, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's right. You're making exceptions.
Let's say it was a fucking dogwood tree, Ronan. What fucking difference does it fucking make?
Well, a lot of difference, because that tree represents something that is not part of state functions.
In your point of view.
Under law, never mind my point of view. I'm not citing the law.
Is it against the law to have a dogwood tree at the governmental building?
What do you mean, outside on the grounds?
Same place as the Christmas tree would be.
No, the dogwood tree just represents a tree. That Christmas tree represents a certain point in time, an occasion.
Okay, this is interesting. The more I thought about this, so tell me, Ronan, in your life, have you ever grown a Christmas tree?
Grown one? No, I'm too far south.
Have you ever seen one grown?
No. Well, yeah.
You know why? Because it ain't no fucking tree called a fucking Christmas tree. That's supposed to be Christ. That's supposed to represent everything this whole country is based upon, man. It ain't got nothing to do with a Christmas tree, Ronan.
Right.
You see, because there is no Christmas tree.
No, they picked that particular tree.
It could be a cypress. It could be a blue spruce. It could be any type of tree.
It could be a doggone cactus for all I care.
Right. It could be a dogwood tree that were, it could be the dogwood tree that we're putting the Christmas lights on and calling that the Christmas tree.
Right. and you're
Is that
calling
allowed
it
to be on governmental property? That in your
right. So the trees outside on the courthouse grounds should not be decorated with lights.
now that's interesting. That's why I asked that.
No
Just for that
government
reason.
land, no government land or building should represent any religion under
You
law.
see, right. So it's not about the Christmas tree.
No, it's about the law. It's about the
Yeah.
law. That's why they
Yeah.
have separation of church and state.
I
right?
understand.
And the people have been breaking the law.
Yeah, I just don't see any evil in the tree.
No, you can have it at your home. You can have it.
I don't see any. I just can't, for the life of me, see any negativity thrown anyone's direction from that tree being on
government land.
and it's interesting, isn't it, Ronan, that our taxes pay for that tree to be there, but yet it's not right.
Now we're wasting tax dollars. Thank you for supporting my point. Now we're wasting tax dollars.
You say I supported your point. My point was, if it supports your point, then in your viewpoint, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, that's kind of crazy that they take my tax dollars out of my check for that governmental building, but it's not okay for a fucking tree to be decorated at Christmas time.
Right. That's more money, electricity, time, and labor. It's a waste.
I don't think celebrating Christmas is a waste.
It is, because nobody is volunteering from the private sector.
Celebrating Christmas is not a waste.
Set the tree up and pay for the electricity. The private sector isn't doing it.
But some things are worth representing, Ronan.
That's right. In your own space, in your own business, in your own home. You can do that. You can walk into the courthouse and wear a pretty, what they call ugly sweater. I don't think they're ugly, but they call them ugly sweaters, the Christmas sweater. You can do that. You have that right. Freedom of expression.
Interesting point. This has been interesting. So, Hank, I'm sorry for the way you feel about those guys with a little bit of pot in their homes. It is illegal, and they will be arrested as criminals because it's the law.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That's what Ronan is saying, and I understand his viewpoint, because if it's a law, it's a law. But is it right? Is it right that those people, because it's a fucking law, are going to fucking be treated as criminals when they get busted in their house with $5 worth of fucking pot? And in my fucking opinion, it shouldn't exist. But according to the law, those people even in their home, because that weed is not legal, they're going to get treated as a fucking criminal because it's the fucking law. That's where I have a problem. And however long ago it was, you asked me a question earlier, Hank. These are interesting subjects to me. You asked me a question: how far would you go to represent something you believe in, or I think is what you asked me. And I said, well, I'll tell you about one of my life experiences when, that shit happened with my ex-wife, The law wasn't protecting my kid. And I said, fuck it. Fuck the law. I'm going to do what's right. Fuck that law, because that law ain't working. Okay. And that's how I see life. And that's why I've enjoyed talking about all this. And I hear, and I heard Ronan talking about the law, and he's right in what he's saying. But is it really right? I don't know. I have a problem with that being right and correct. So I view that Christmas tree bullshit as political correctness, agenda fucking bullshit, and I don't like it. I don't agree with those weed smokers in their house getting treated like criminals either, even though it's the fucking law. I don't agree with that either. So that's just me. And that's, that's everybody's got, the way that they look at stuff and the way that they follow laws. Now, here's what I believe about laws. I believe that laws were, they gave it their best shot on writing laws to try to protect, in the beginning, to try to protect society from, people doing crazy shit. And I think it's gotten out of hand. And when I cannot connect to a law, and I feel with every fiber of my being that it's incorrect, I couldn't give a flying shit about that law. That's the way I see this whole agenda that we've talked about. I don't like people imposing stuff, and that's the way I see this law stuff. The Christmas tree, the people getting treated like criminals with the weed. I don't like it, and I stand against it. And I couldn't give a flying shit if they wrote it in pen on a piece of paper and called it a fucking law or not. It ain't right. It's not right. With every fiber of my being, it's not right, and it's not correct, whether it's a law or not. And that's the way I see this stuff. That's just me, man. The next person looks at it different. But I respect other people's viewpoint too. Has this been dull or interesting?
It's interesting for me. It's about to get real interesting. Have you ever read Jeremiah chapter 10 in the Bible where it forbids the Christmas tree?
Say that one more time, Hank.
Have you ever read Jeremiah chapter 10 where it forbids the Christmas tree?
No, I know that there's been I've heard things through the years that that's stipulate the Christmas tree or whatever kind of tree to be evil or something about the tree, something or another. Who is that? Is that? Who is that?
Is that D-Beck?
Who is that, brother?
Hi, D-Beck.
That's D-Beck. Go, D-Beck, go. We may have run everybody out of the chat, you guys. Man, my God, how did we do it? This must not have been a good topic. We may have run everybody out of the chat, you guys. Man, my God, how did we do it? This must not have been a good topic.
Hello. Oh, Mia.
Hey, what's up, Beck?
Oh, fuck. Typical. Typical.
Ronan, did you find it interesting discussing this stuff?
I found it interesting that you basically jumped around and contradicted yourself.
Hold on, Ronan. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I found it interesting that you jumped around and contradicted yourself, and then at the end of it all, I just don't care. And, well, okay, fine, you don't care. My thing is, well, the law. This is what the law states.
I didn't say I didn't care. I care a lot.
At the end of it all, that's what you're saying. Well, quote, I don't give a fuck.
Can't hear anything.
Right. I don't give a fuck what the law says if I feel it's incorrect.
Okay, I'll just rephrase it. I don't care because I don't use curse words, but I was quoting you. I don't give a fuck about that. Okay, you don't give a fuck about the law. Okay.
No, I didn't say that.
And you're part of the problem because
what I said. You're doing it again. I said when there is a law that I feel is totally improper, then I will not abide by that law.
Yeah, but you were mixing two different things. And when I do basically the same thing, you said, hold up, I can't understand.
Well, let me be perfectly clear about what I meant.
Like you're doing now, because
well,
you're
so you don't change the context
for your words.
Oh,
And I understand that.
No.
Yeah. I'll repeat myself. Yeah. When you started making
go ahead.
things, You know, you expect me to understand it. And when I mix two things, oh, no, that's too confusing. In other words, you're avoiding the facts that I'm stating because you want to justify your narrative.
No, here's what I'm saying,
I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Right
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck with everything that I am with. I think that law is wrong.
We're in America and I'm abiding by the laws.
No, you're missing my point. Let me be clear. When the law was not protecting my son and I tried to abide by that law for 2 to 3 years, I said, fuck that law. It's not protecting my son. I'm going to protect my son. That's what I meant. That's what I meant by what I said.
But you didn't say that. We were talking about Hank Hill's private rights.
No, I said if that law does not prevail and that law is not doing something that I think is right, I'm not going to abide by the law. If I think putting my seatbelt on is not safe for me, I'm not going to do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand if you jump from the federal law to Hank's private rights in the law. You say it was about my son.
You didn't specify between civil, domestic.
That's what's so confusing, but I can keep up with that. But when I try to parallel two things, say this is way too confusing, so I know you're being evasive. But that's the point of interest there for me, because it makes it very easy. If we're going to stick to the law, like I said, U.S. law, not Hank's rights, not your child's rights.
Well, you were bringing in 3 other subjects on our topic.
Well, yeah, but you do the same thing. But avoid the point by saying it's too confusing. And when I feed it back to you, all of a sudden, I'm the one that's mixing things up where you were doing it in the first place.
Oh, wow, you're changing it again.
You do it all the time. You're doing it all the time. So why
Ronan, come on, man.
You're right off.
All right, we'll agree to disagree.
I mean, I can do that. I can do that easily enough, but you won't stick to the topic. You want to stick to the topic, and I'll pick it. I'll pick the topic. D-Bag should have stayed. He got bored. I'll pick the topic and let's stay with it, right? And if you start playing like going off again, I'll play you back the same thing, and then you get upset with me. And wait a minute, you started this because I'm going straight down that line. Now,
okay, stop right there. Stop.
Here we go. Here we go.
No, Ronan, I can do the same thing you're doing. What I'm trying to do is let you speak, and then I want to say no, Ronan.
You interrupted me like I just interrupted you. You don't let me finish.
You want to go back to the mic out rule then?
No, the point being is I want to have a civil conversation, and when I point something out, I would want you to focus on what I just pointed out, not start with something else.
Okay, I can wrap it all up in one sentence for you, and the way I see it. Here's the way I'll wrap it all up. Everything we talked about. I don't care whether it's domestic, civil, or criminal law or federal. Okay. I don't care which category the law is in. If I see it deemed unfit for what I believe in, whether it is a law or not, I will not abide by that law. I've lived my life like that, and I'm not changing now. That's the way I'll wrap it, everything we talked about up, whether it's federal, domestic, civil, or criminal law. I don't give a fuck about that law if it's not doing its job or I don't believe in it. If I feel that putting that seatbelt on just because it's a city or a statewide law and they're telling me click it or ticket, if I feel that that seatbelt has me confined in a way that I think is unsafe for me and my family, fuck that law. And that's the way I live my life. I'm going to be true to me. And that's the way it's going to be and what I believe in. So when that law says something of that nature, and it's not in that little domestic thing I told you about, and why I said, okay, fuck it, the law's not protecting my fucking kid. Fuck that law. That's what I said. I didn't say fuck law every time you said I respect the law. I didn't mean it in that way. I'm telling you, for me in my life, that law was not prevailing, so I couldn't give a flying shit about that law. I'm his fucking daddy. I'm going to go fucking protect my kid. Fuck that law. It's not protecting my kid. I didn't say fuck the law in general. I like to abide by laws unless I feel it's totally wrong. And there's always given situations that can change the context of a law. Always. I've seen that happen all my life. I can see a law written a certain way, but yet it's never quite happened quite like that. So I don't know if that law, it really applies to that situation correctly. That's kind of what I'm saying. When I say fuck the law, that's a blanket statement. It's not that I don't respect the law unless I can learn not to respect the law if I totally don't believe in it, you know. But that's wrapping it up in a nutshell. Mike out.
So I respect the law when they are peacekeepers. You know, the Bible says peacekeepers shall inherit the earth. So I'm all about keeping the peace, and peacekeeping officers that are keeping the peace, I'm all for that. But arresting people over victimless crimes, that doesn't sound like keeping the peace to me.
Yeah, and they got the statue up there at the courthouse, you know, that shows a police officer shaking a little kid's hand. It's a statue, and it says, you know, to serve and protect. And if it changes the context of serve and protect, I usually have a problem with it too, man.
I have a great deal of respect for good cops. I mean, I really do. I respect man's law, just like the Bible says that I should. And not because the Bible says that I should, but because you don't fucking fight the cops. You're not going to win. It's a lose-lose situation all around.
Yeah. Hey, and I'll go this far too. And this, I don't think this is taking it out of context. But you know how everybody's gotten about the Confederate flag? You know, used to, man, you know, people would have them everywhere. It wasn't no big deal. And then all these movements started going on about the Confederate flag. It means something different to everybody. You know, for me, I never saw the Confederate flag meaning black or white just because the KKK, you know, carried that fucking flag improperly, trying to make it mean something different. I don't know what the big deal was around all the, you know, the KKK, you know, kind of gave that flag a bad name, in my opinion. Okay. I know there's other history behind it, but I'll put it to you this way. If the law said that I couldn't fly that flag on my flagpole at my house, meaning if I owned that government building, okay,
Yeah,
meaning if I own that government, then, you know, I'm going to fly that flag any fucking way.
Yeah, fly everybody's flag.
You know, so, you know,
Symbols. But the symbol minded.
yeah, I don't really like looking at symbols and things like that, like the swastika thing, you know. It doesn't necessarily make me think about Hitler, you know, or anything. Someone starts talking to me about that.
You know what about the Confederate flag that gets me?
What's that?
Not the fact that they want to own slaves and, you know, black people were 3/5 man.
It doesn't mean that to me. I'm
You're
sorry,
interrupting me. I was listening to you. Now, would you
Okay,
please
go ahead.
let me finish? I'll go mic out when I'm
Go ahead.
finished, please.
Go ahead.
Well, see, you're interrupting me again.
Well, what do you want me to fucking do? Jack my dick and listen?
Well, that's what I
said.
did, but
Go
I wasn't
ahead, man.
masturbating. I wasn't masturbating, but I was listening to you. I thought
Just
you'd be
go
fair
ahead and
play
fucking
about this,
talk.
but you're interrupting
Instead of
me.
always
now,
trying to
and
dictate
I'm
to
trying
me,
to make a
fucking
point,
talk.
and obviously, you don't want to hear it. Mic out.
You're right. I don't want to hear it. I've had about enough. I've had a belly full.
I just did
That's a lot better.
apple pie.
Yeah, but the one thing that I don't think that anybody should tolerate, you know, when things, you know, get to a disrespectful point, it's just time to mic the fuck out anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I often find I can agree with everybody if you use enough complicated
Yeah, like,
sentences.
the world would be perfect if everybody agreed on everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, get a bit more difficult. Throw in a couple of big words and it kind of starts a thing all over again. Yeah.
But I do agree with you on that, Hank. I think there's a lot of good cops and everything out there that do try to do the right thing too. But there's bad ones too. I've seen them. I've seen them in my life.
Mm.
I've been very fortunate to live in a small town to where, for the most part, the cops are not. How should I say this? They're not killing people a lot, but they do kill people. It's very unfortunate when you kill an unarmed man, especially one that is in the jail cell already subdued. I don't know how you kill somebody who's already in the cell, but for the most part, the cops around here are okay.
Yeah, I think there's always situations that happen, whether it's intentional or not. That always it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. I don't agree with the casualties of war either, but unfortunately, man, when you go fight a war, there's going to be innocent people killed too, Hank. You know, I'm not saying that's a war. I'm saying, you know, it's unfortunate that innocent people have to be killed in a war too. But there's always going to be good and bad. Hopefully, if we can manage things good enough, hopefully the good will outdo the bad.
Yeah. Have wars in a cage. Be good. Pay-per-view war. Hmm. Okay.
Well, anyway, man, I had a Christmas tree up this year. That's all I'm going to say. By God, it wasn't at a governmental building, but by God, I celebrated with a fucking tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree. In other words, I really don't care what kind of tree it is. Just stick some lights on it and represent Christmas, man. I really don't care if it's on the Empire State Building. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Yep. Each to their own.
Yeah, to each their own. That is correct. That is correct. But not everybody celebrates Christmas the way that I do anyway, you know. So.
It pisses me off, actually.
Christmas trees?
Just seeing family you don't want to see.
Oh, yeah, seeing family you don't want to see. Yeah, that pisses me off, too. Mother-in-laws and all of that.
It's easier. I've got her here, for example.
Yeah, family, once you get older, when you're a kid, it seems like the family's great, man. And then, you know, as you get older, man, it's like, damn, I don't like that fucker anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't pick your family.
Yeah. Yeah, I know growing up, my father's side of the family, just huge, man. You know, he was a large family. It used to be great get-togethers as a kid, and then as things happened through the years, man, everybody started not liking each other, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I found youngsters don't seem to mix family-wise now.
I know, yeah.
Big Sunday dinners and such.
Yeah.
Too busy working. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's a lot of truth in that. I've heard that said in the last several years a lot by different people too. I think
Yeah.
people spending so much time just trying to make it now, you know, man. It's with the economic times the way they are and everything.
Yeah.
A
Women
lot of
working.
stresses. A lot of stresses.
Yeah. Most women work now full time. There's no parent at home. You know.
Yeah, exactly, D-Beck. Yeah, man.
You spend maybe an hour at meal time and you're too tired for anything else. You know.
Yep. Man, I feel you there, man. I really do. I've seen that happen a lot.
Kids go on their computers or the game console in a couple of hours and then that's them off to bed and then next day, 6 days a week.
Yep. Yep.
Mm. Mm. Couldn't make the working week, like 20 hours maximum. Think of all the leisure time you'd have.
Think about all the time to think about government corruption you would have. They don't want that, do they?
No. No.
Isn't it is it Germany that takes, I know that different countries take a lot more time off on holidays and a lot more time off because of that reason, but I'm not sure which ones it is.
Germany's got more holidays than most. Paid holiday, you mean? I think they've got 40 days.
It's just something to do. It seemed like I didn't look into that, but I had heard that Germany had a lot more holidays.
Yeah.
I think it's designed for the family thing.
Oh, do you mean
Well, when I was ordering parts for machines, and it would get around close to, a holiday or something, they would say, "Oh man," and a lot of my parts were coming from Germany because
yeah.
they were German machines. They would say, "Oh, you can hang that up for the next 3 weeks, man." They shut down. I was
Oh,
like, "You're kidding me, man."
yeah. Yeah, that would just be a summer holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's normally 3 weeks in the summer, 2 weeks at Christmas.
Oh, okay.
But over the year, most Germany, I think, is the highest, or Norway, 40 days paid holiday.
Uh-huh.
We've only got 32. But that's for full-time or part-time workers, yeah.
Yeah.
Part-time workers are entitled to the same paid holiday.
Man, I got caught up in these conversations, man. It looked like I guess everybody's gone to bed in the chat.
I logged in, but I couldn't hear you for some reason. I clicked the camera on the Hangout and it didn't work.
Mine either. I had the same issue earlier. I went in the Hangout, but I was not being broadcasted. What did it say? I was not being broadcasted, or I could not unmute my mic.
Oh yeah, that's when Amando has to unhide you. That's to stop the porn bombing.
Yes, and that's a good fail
Yeah,
safe. That's good.
it is. It is. Yeah. That's why he hasn't been shut down for quite a while. He's managed to stop them joining.
That's good management right there.
took him a while to pick it up.
Yeah, I remember they came in and shut us down quite a few times there, and I know he kept fine lining. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to do this and do that. That's good.
Well, he took some advice from debate, the debate channel, but now the trolls are shutting debate down. So I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah, well, they had a lot going. The couple of times that I bounced over there, and usually it was because I was looking for somebody I was pissed at or whatever. But yeah, man, there's chaos over there every time I popped over there.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt a bit sorry for him because he was left on his own hangout with Troy and Adam.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets heated enough on some topics over here, but man, over there it was just constant. Everybody nailing everybody every time I went over there.
Yeah, there's no flow. There's no flow in anything.
Yeah.
That's something.
That to me is not a debate.
No, I mean, I suppose he had his debates. Amando likes his debates and Ronan, you know, and they get a chance to speak, you know, sometimes at length, but it's over on that channel.
Yeah. Yeah, they have some good debates on here, man. I'll pop in here and hear them talk, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Amando and Ronan are funny.
Yeah, me and Ronan get along good, man. It's just we get on certain topics and we just, you know, it's night and day, you know. But for the most part, man, me and Ronan get along good, especially in music. But man, politics and those types of things and the things I've dealt with in my life, nah, I got to separate myself from it. It's not.
Yeah, I heard your music. I heard your music earlier.
Oh, you did? What music earlier did you hear?
Oh, you were playing and singing, but I think the folk were more keen on you.
On the video chat last night, you mean?
Some of it.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that was real cool, man. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think folk were more.
Yeah, I plugged into some little tiny amp of Kyla's. Got a Keith Urban. It's an acoustic electric guitar, and then it comes in a kit, and it has this little. I never plugged in my electric into that thing before, but I didn't have any amps in the house, so she went and got that little amp, and I plugged into it, and it worked. So yeah, I just went with that.
Well, I was watching the chat stream as it was being played, and I think folk were more keen on your singing.
Yeah, how bad it was, I totally agree.
No, they were quite keen on you singing.
Well, you know, late at night, man, with the cigarettes I smoke, D-Beck, man, it gets pretty bad. Yeah, I have to quit smoking, man. It's affecting my singing real bad. It never did in earlier years, but it's really affecting it now, especially late at night.
Well, going by the text stream, maybe they think it's improved your singing.
Hey, I can run with that. That makes me feel good.
Yeah, they were okay with the singing.
That's cool. I appreciate that, man. I didn't really I wasn't looking at the chat when we were doing that, so I really I don't think I was seeing anything that anybody was saying about it.
This was Amando's doing a little bit of presentation of it, and but Dave Simpson was talking over the top.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't in here today when he did that, evidently. I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't get in it.
Did you get your daily dosage of David?
Oh, God, yeah.
Daily dosage of David. Yeah, we got a little dose earlier.
I had to leave last night. I was losing my patience with him, and I had to leave just to not do that. You know.
That's good, D-Beck. It's good to do that, man. That's I'm doing that more and more as time goes by. Dismantling myself from stressful situations.
Yeah, just sit back and.
You know, there's just some people that do that to you, man, or should I? And sometimes it's the subject matter or whatever. You know, it's just sometimes. I mean, it's kind of like an ex-wife, man. You can't stand to be around them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I just couldn't work out if his medication was affecting him or he'd been drinking again. You know, though he hadn't mentioned Athena at all for a couple of months, and he'd only just mentioned her name about 6 times.
Yeah, I do remember Dave in there. How do I say? Seemed to get
beguiled by the women.
Pretty wrapped up pretty quick with certain people there or whatever.
Yeah, he does. But I mean, he's beginning to trigger me, and I don't know why.
Yeah, a new girl comes in there, and in 30 minutes, he's in love.
Oh, he's in love with every woman. I wind him up because the only woman he never said "I love you" to was Lindsay. Can you remember Lindsay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only woman he's never said "I love you." I really love you. Yeah. He's a cracker.
Well, to be honest, there's still a part of me that wonders if he has indeed said "I love you" to every woman.
Oh, yes.
I think he has.
Everybody except Lindsay, Hank, because I wind him up and said, "What's wrong with Lindsay?" You know, can you remember Lindsay?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember.
He said he liked Lindsay. I said, "Well, he's the only female I've never heard them say or to I love you."
He even said it to my wife.
Yeah, he was probably going by her voice.
She does have a wonderful voice.
I've changed my badge.
You know, on the other side of the fence, though, I can remember some dark times. You know, after my divorce years ago, and that you do kind of get. If you're not careful, man, you'll get. You can get in a bad psychological state of mind.
You get sprung.
Yeah, you gotta keep letting let the world in, man. You can't shut yourself down.
I like the phrase "hold on loosely, but don't let go."
Hey, man, 38 Special. I like it. I played a lot of their material through the years too, even when they went to pop music.
I did not know they went pop.
Yeah, they got a little. Well, I call it pop. They were, they kind of started out as Southern rock, and then as time went by, they got like the, of what we would say commercial top 40 stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of got a little more pop to them. They'll have the Southern twang to it, but market wise, it was a good move. It was a risky move, but they still had great sales when they went to that. They had a following already, of course, but yeah, man, that was a very creative band. They're still jamming, as a matter of fact.
That's awesome.
Watched a show not too long ago. I think they were in North or South Dakota. Might have been I think the bikers go up there and everything. I think they were playing some big gig up there.
Second of them loading. Oh,
I remember somebody saying something about, do you have some kind of pizza business or something, Hank?
Oh, yeah, I deliver pizza for a living.
Yeah, how do you like that, man?
Not so much these days.
Reasons why? Is it financial, or is it just the business in general, or?
There used to be a lot more money in it.
There's a lot more competition in that category nowadays, isn't it?
Not in a small town, not really.
Oh, okay. Are the pizza prices so what's the reasons for that, do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it's the economy. Maybe people aren't buying luxury food. Maybe people are trying to cook.
Oh, you're saying a volume of sales have gone down.
Yep.
I got you. Yeah, man. That's in every category, I guess. Hell happen.
It's like people are being more conservative.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Everybody I know, they're really watching their bucks. Yeah, I can see where that was definitely been that would affect even all the way down to the pizza. Yeah. There's your ripple effects of a bad economy, Hank. Sorry, man.
Well, I sure as hell didn't vote for no, what was it, TPP or any of that. What was the one back in the 90s you're always talking about, Bill Clinton?
NAFTA.
Yeah, NAFTA.
That's the one I experienced the most. And I was not, as a regular civilian, I was not aware of the other currency manipulations when that was going on. I just know that once NAFTA got signed in, all of the companies started leaving. So I blamed NAFTA. There were other things going on being worked into that deal, and China, so I didn't know the international things as much as I do now. But yeah, after NAFTA got signed in '92, that's when I saw all the factories start closing, man. Because guys like me that work on the machinery had to go to different industries that still existed here, So yeah, man, that's I've watched so many people lose their jobs through that bill. It's crazy. I've just been fortunate enough to have enough skills and be able to bounce somewhere else that's still here. But hell, they're still in the process of leaving too. I mean, hopefully it's going to get turned around now, but it's been crazy.
Well, they're both starting a business, delivery business. He's going to be delivering on flatbeds, and I'm going to be delivering locally. So we'll see what happens.
You mean large volume through trucking it other places?
Yeah, like hot shotting stuff from point A to point B.
Yeah, in other words, are you going as far as to say marketing in grocery stores the pizza?
No. My brother's starting a business with flatbeds, and I'm starting a business selling like McDonald's to people. I'll go get it for it, bring them to their house.
Oh yeah, man. I've heard a little bit about that they've got 2 or 3 different types of services that have been popping up around these parts too. Stuff like that, all the way down to transportation, which may put the taxis out of business. They've got a thing now to where you can, my wife was telling me about it. You could call the number and be available at certain times, and the company would call you to transport people, you know, with your vehicle and everything. So there's all kinds of stuff coming up nowadays.
I try to do it instead of doing it like Uber. And I didn't really want to transport people. I just wanted to go get stuff that people need or nasty. I don't want them on my car.
Oh, you mean as far as an elderly person needing pharmaceutical products and being able to pick that up at the pharmacy for them or something like that, or what?
Yeah, as long as it was all legal and legit. You know, I wouldn't just go pick up pharmaceuticals for anybody.
Well,
But,
yeah. No, I was just using that that was a bad example. If
right,
they
like
needed
if somebody needs lumber and it'll fit in my car, I can go get lumber or
right,
a part for a car. Except pizza.
I got you. Or they bought a new lawnmower and they don't have a trailer.
Right. So if my business fails, I got my brother's business as backup. If his business fails, well, I doubt he'll come work for me, but job offer will be there.
Hey man, at least you're an entrepreneur and you're in business. God bless it.
Appreciate it. And I guess I'm counting on Americans to be hungry and lazy and too tired to cook.
Well, that's the case a lot of times too. We were D-Beck and I were just talking about, you know, everybody's working all the time and can't spend a lot of time at home with family. And when they come home, they're exhausted, man. So there's a lot of truth in that. I know I can speak right here. Sometimes I get home, man, and I'll tell my wife, don't even worry about cooking. Just order some pizza.
I was going to put my card on a refrigerator magnet, and hopefully people will look in the refrigerator and see my card.
That's good thinking. Damn good thinking.
Yeah, got a dog eat dog society now. You be competitive.
You know,
work for fuck all.
Yeah, I can even say since the economy has gotten bad too, it's been for quite some time now. I mean, the way I was seeing everything, I mean, you know, everybody I know that that I can relate to with, you know, my everyday walk of life and what they do and for a living. Man, people are moving from state to state now just to get a decent job. I mean, they would have never uprooted when the economy was good. You know, they would have stayed right in the same state, same neighborhood, and went and got a different job, you know, somewhere else. But hell, they're having to go to a different state to even get a decent job.
Yeah, most youngsters here are emigrating. I mean, as youngsters here will go to companies, will offer to work for 3 months for nothing, just a CV.
Yeah.
You know, that's bad.
Well, they have a lot of that here now. Agencies calling me all the time because my resume is online, you know. And you got the middleman, the agencies calling now. We're used to it, you know, in my line of work, it was always direct hire, you know, by the human resources of the company. But yeah, man, there's all these different agencies playing the middleman now, and this, that, and the other, man.
Yeah.
It's not the life I grew up in, man.
All right, I'm off to bed. Peace out.
Okay,
Yeah.
man.
No other contracts. That's what's coming in here. They need them one day, don't need them the next. They work half a day, then they're sent home.
Yeah. Was that a frog?
Hmm?
Was that a frog, a burp, or a fart?
Oh, it wasn't me.
Well, I don't know what that was.
I think it was Hank or Ronan. Ronan's on leave. Hank's eating a pizza.
Uh-huh. Hey, hold on a second. My damn cat's knocking on the door. Let me let his ass in.
Yeah, I feel sorry for kids. Get a good education, or they go to university, get a degree, and they've got no job there.
Yeah, and they get out and they can't get a job. It's crazy.
Mm.
You know, along with that subject, you know, I got kids, you know, they were growing up, and, you know, they got to the point to where, I don't know, Dad, what do you think I ought to get into? You know, I mean, you know, and this, that, and the other. And I didn't know what to tell them because the economy is so bad. I told my daughter, I said, the best thing you can probably do, babe, is get in the medical field, I guess. You know, I mean, every industry that I'm aware of is not doing well, you know, so I don't know I don't even know how to transpose that.
We told ours to emigrate. I mean, my son works abroad, and my daughter went into the army, got a trade, but if they'd have stayed here, they would have had nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Now the military is, of course, always an option. I mean, at least you're, you know, putting some money up and you get fed every day, and, you know, a lot of stuff's paid for, you know, that kind of thing, because you serve.
Well, they learned a trade. Just unfortunate that when she went in, we were at supposedly war.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I've been dealing with this bad economy for a long time. This election year meant everything to me. I never gave a damn about, you know, getting involved on all of that when I was younger, but man, that it just,
I stopped voting in the late 70s.
You did what now in the late 70s?
Stopped voting. I didn't bother voting.
Yeah.
Voted since.
Well, I never got into it at all either. I'm echoing for some reason. Is there something I'm doing wrong?
Oh, I can't hear an echo.
Okay, I'm
hearing one here.
Let me read.
Hang on. Lights down.
Okay.
You can adjust your own mic in the settings, you know, or someone else's mic. Toolbox. You can turn people's microphones down. There's a bit of move my ass.